All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Zurich Airport. My name is Joel, and I invite you to join me for another plane spotting session during a beautiful Sunday late summer morning. As you can see, very nice conditions today, almost no clouds in the sky. And we are to the north of the airport area today. We have 1 hour ahead of us with runway 34 in use for landings and 32 and 28 for departures. And then at 9 a.m. they're going to switch the runways. So then we will have 14 in use for landings, which is right in front of us, and 28 and 16 for departures. And while we see here a United 767 on the rollout after landing, you may give me a quick sound check. And after the experience from last Tuesday, where the audio was delayed, I'm now panning to the left, tracking this United 767 as I speak, and you could please quickly confirm me that you see the same and also the audio is not like delayed or anything. I would be highly appreciating that. We just missed this landing, however, there is more heavy aircraft on approach now. I saw on flight radar another United 767 inbound from Newark and also the 777 of Singapore Airlines. So, und ich sehe ein paar bekannte Namen hier im Chat. Guten Morgen an Bahnfilmer Andy. Schön, dich wiederzusehen, und auch DRO is here, welcome. Und Thomas ist auch wieder mit dabei. Herzlich willkommen auch an dich und guten Morgen. Schön, dass ihr so früh eingeschaltet habt hier. So, and there is another airplane landing on runway 34 as we speak, which is a Swiss A220 inbound from Geneva. Like the early morning flight from Geneva, they have a late evening departure to Geneva at around 11 p.m. and then in the early morning one of many flights to Geneva every day. And the next landing is already the United 767 from Newark, which is registered November 675 Uniform Alpha and delivered in June 2000 exactly. So 25 years old. A rather older 767 here, or actually, yeah, like in the middle field, I'd say. As I said, runway 32 is now used for departure. However, those smaller airplanes climb incredibly quickly. So, not the ideal spot for this. And unfortunately, I've also hoped for that the mountains would be visible today. This would be quite nice, but unfortunately it is a bit like hazy. But we can live with it. And Airport Aviation, welcome to you as well. And you're in Denmark as it looks, so have fun there. An air show, sounds exciting. I hope until you're going there you enjoy the show here equally. And now let's take a look at the landing of this United 767 coming in from the south. First time I'm seeing landings from this perspective on runway 34, and unfortunately since the spotter hill got demolished, like to the right of runway 34 from our perspective, which was very nice. Yeah, for filming we do not really have a good alternative. You could go to the parking lot, However, this is not ideal for filming due to the facade of the building. And all the other spots are unfortunately quite far away. The observation deck opens too late. So, 767 now vacating. Is the next one already Singapore Airlines? I'll quickly check afterwards. Whilst this 767 now disappears behind the trees in order to taxi to Dock E. And we will see it again later in not too long distance. Like in, what time is it now? Yeah, a bit more than 2 hours. And then the flight to New York departs back home. So, der Cornelia ist auch wieder mit dabei. Herzlich willkommen und guten Morgen auch an dich. Und du bist auf dem Tarmac, so wie es aussieht. Dann wünsche ich dir einen hoffentlich nicht allzu stressigen Arbeitstag. Und Thomas and also DRO are awaiting the Singapore Airlines 777, and I do as well. It's now number 2 for landing. Registered 9er Victor Sierra Whiskey Sierra, was delivered in June 2008 and is 17 years old. Before there is a smaller plane landing, which is an Air Baltic A220 inbound from Bucharest. You can see it already descending in front of this hill. Perspective is actually not too bad from here. It's always nice when you have some kind of a background when an airplane is moving, like a hill or buildings or whatsoever. Here we have kind of both, but the distance is a bit of the issue here. So, touchdown for the A220, Singapore Airlines now number 1, and I also see Delta Airlines inbound from Atlanta now on base turn for runway 34 over the canton of Zug. Und Etienne ist auch wieder mit dabei. Herzlich willkommen und guten Morgen an dich. Schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. And we are slowly but surely waiting for the Singapore Airlines 777. It has been a while since I've seen this one landing. Yeah, because I'm not filming early morning landings that many times due to the reasons I listed up before. Dann David, herzlich willkommen und guten Morgen an dich. Und du scheinst auch am Flughafen zu arbeiten, so wie es aussieht. Die Vorbereitung für United nach Chicago und San Francisco. Und Timothy, guten Morgen an dich und Grüße nach Hessen. Just in time for the Singapore Airlines Boeing 777, which is now on short final for runway 34. So let's check that out. Yeah, if it wouldn't be that far away, the perspective would be really, really cool. Touchdown for the 777. Ooh, that was a smooth one. Nice. This one comes down a bit closer compared to United 767. Takes the later exit. Good for us in that case. Departure back to Singapore will be at around 12, so at noon, a bit less than 4 hours from now. And I really miss their A380s. Before COVID, we had their A380s on a daily basis. And up until 2007, the 747, then they switched to the 777 like twice a day until 2010, and from then they combined both 777 flights together in order to serve it with one daily A380 flight. Although, if I had the choice between the Queen, 747 and the A380, I would probably pick the Queen, to be honest. But that's a personal preference. Yep, Delta is the next highlight, arriving from Atlanta. We're going to have a look at that for sure. And then we have Muharrem hier. Guten Morgen an dich und willkommen hier im Livestream. Schön, dass du mit dabei bist. Ich hoffe, ich habe deinen Namen einigermaßen richtig ausgesprochen. So, and Delta is registered November 1605 and was delivered in May 1999. So it's 26 years old already. And I don't know, I have read that United and Delta will phase out their 767s until 2030 or something. So also those days are slowly but surely coming to an end, unfortunately. Yeah, I really enjoy those 767s, and I'm wondering what they will be replacing it with. Like United's pretty sure the 787, and Delta, this would be the A330 Neo, I guess, or A350 even. Who knows? I don't know whether you can see it above the hill already, but Delta is getting closer. Also coming in from the south. It's now crossing the suburbs of Zurich and also passing the ex-military airfield of Dübendorf, which is to the southwest of Zurich Airport. Na, Timothy, hier kann so ziemlich alles landen, was Flügel hat. Die Bahnen sind lang und breit genug. Rollwege, je nachdem ein bisschen zu schmal vielleicht. Deshalb gibt es ein paar Restriktionen, zum Beispiel für die A380 oder auch die C5 Galaxy, aber grundsätzlich kann hier eigentlich so ziemlich alles landen. Auch die Antonov 225 damals. Vor mittlerweile 12 Jahren war das. Alright, now on stage, Delta Airlines 767 from Atlanta. And this one has actually quite a short turnaround. It should depart shortly after 10 p.m. back to Atlanta. Well, it's 2 hours still, but compared to other long-haul flights, this is rather short. Take the other example, Ethiopian Airlines, which will be landing as well in a few minutes. This one stays until 9 p.m., so 12 hours, more or less. And if I count correctly, this is one of 4 regularly scheduled 767s which we have each day here. 3 of United, serving the destinations Newark, Chicago and Washington. And then we have Delta with the seasonal flight to Atlanta. And currently the New York flight of Delta is served by an A330, but sometimes they also use the 767 on this route. So the 767 is quite present here at Zurich, which I am very happy about. And we even get some cargo flights as well, like earlier, before I started the stream apparently. We had the MyFreighter 767 cargo plane landing. Let's see whether we will see it departing later, but this one usually takes runway 28 because it's often very light. And speaking of Ethiopian Airlines, it's now taxiing at Milan. It's a very short flight actually. Came in from Addis to Milan, short stay there, and then continues across the Alps to Zurich. It's now lining up at Milan on runway 35 right, so it will be here in, depending on the radar vectoring, on approach, like 30 to 40 minutes latest. So, and in the meantime we have more landings on runway 34, no departures so far. Like at this time, departures are rather calm, like the Swiss narrowbody Rush has departed between 7 and 8 a.m. And now it's mainly inbound. Currently on the runway is a Swiss A220 from Amsterdam. This one also did an overnight stay as it looks. Dann Globeman, guten Morgen an dich und Grüße nach Altstetten, das ist ja fast die Ecke. And the next landing then is an A320neo of Swiss inbound from Stockholm. Also this an overnight stay. And number 2 for landings currently is an Edelweiss A320 from Tbilisi. Oh God, can I speak this out correctly? Tbilisi. Where is this actually? This is in this corner, okay. Is it Georgia? I'm not sure. Where are my geography skills here? Yeah, quite far away, unfortunately still, but in 40 minutes we will have the runway change and then the things will change where we get some close-up views on landings. And over there you can see some heavies which arrived in the early morning, like between 6 a.m. and 6:30. There are like 10 Swiss heavies landing. And those are the landings which are usually watched from over there where now those airplanes are parked. There was a spotter platform actually where you were about like 3 meters above the ground and could watch over the fence and had an excellent view on those landings, which you see right there. And they were touching down like literally in front of you. That was absolutely amazing. They would want to build a new platform actually, but this is a bit delayed unfortunately. And I can also show you where it's going to be in a second. Let's watch this touchdown here of this A320neo. Okay, this decelerates very quickly. This platform is now, should be built like in the middle of the screen right there. Maybe you can see the corner of the fence, more or less at least. It's hard to tell, but pretty much in the middle of the screen right now. There's a corner in the fence on the other side of the runway 28, which we don't see from here apparently, but whatever. And yeah, the spot would be amazing. Like you're in the corner of two runways. And yeah, I really hope that we will get this hill soon. This would make plane spotting at Zurich, which is already very exciting. We have very great spots. But this would actually add a lot of excitement as well. Dann Andrea ist auch wieder mit dabei. Guten Morgen an dich und Grüße nach Windlach. Hauptstadt von Georgien, okay, ich hatte das richtig im Kopf. Gut. Yeah, a very relaxing morning so far. So, and now we have the Edelweiss A320 from Georgia. I always enjoy landing from the south actually. Doesn't happen that often because I usually don't take flights which arrive this early, but the views are actually quite cool. If you have a window seat on the left hand side, then you have a nice view on the Lake of Zurich. And then it depends a bit from where you are arriving and on which side you're sitting, but if the weather is good, the mountain view is insane. Like an included panorama flight on board of a commercial airliner, pretty much. Even though today you can't see the mountains from here, but if they're turning around for the final approach, they are closer to the mountains, and I'm sure that they see them. Then STRE, good morning to you and welcome to the live stream. Greetings to New York. What time is it in New York right now? Like 2:23 a.m. is it? Wait, I was in New York. 6 hours time difference, if I'm not mistaken. Und Matthias ist auch wieder mit dabei. Schönen guten Morgen an dich. Schön, dass du eingeschaltet hast und schön, dich wiederzusehen hier im Live-Chat. People are slowly but surely joining. That's good. We have some time until the real action starts here after they change the runways at 9 a.m. No, there is actually a takeoff as well. Now lined up on runway 32 and Embraer 195 of Helvetic Airways. Off to Berlin. I'll try to get a decent shot of that when it climbs out, hoping that it doesn't rotate too early. And actually I forgot something. The ATC. Things are always better with ATC, of course. They should have both departures and arrivals on the same frequency at this time, which is 118.1. Oh, now the Berlin flight departs. Oh, and it has rotated way too early. Like here it is. Autofocus, don't leave me alone now. Thank you very much. disadvantage when you film with a tripod. If they are like literally above you, then the angle just makes it very difficult to film properly. So, next landing is a CRJ 1000 of Air Nostrum. Which is actually quite an interesting one, because this one is doing a charter flight every Sunday currently to Rostock in northern Germany. Comes in from Palma, continues to Rostock, then back to Zurich, and then back to Palma. Quite a few inbounds now. So now we have the CRJ touching down. CRJs, not an uncommon sight here, but not too frequent either. Like we have Lufthansa sometimes, SAS I guess as well. Rather rare though. And I think that's already it, when it comes to the regular ones at least. Or did I forget one? So we have already over 50 people watching, that's very nice. Good morning everybody and welcome to Zurich Airport. A very relaxed morning here so far. We're just watching some inbounds on runway 34, which are unfortunately a bit far away from here, but oops. The perspective is still not too bad, I guess, and they are descending in front of this hill. And the next landing is a KLM Embraer 190 from Amsterdam. So we have a Swiss flight which landed earlier, and now KLM is joining the party as well. First of also numerous KLM flights every day. Which is served by the Embraers. 737s as well, and since they got the A321neo, also the Neos. Although it has been a while since I saw the Neo the last time. Yeah, like this ATC doesn't help me at all. Then next is another Embraer, this time Helvetic, inbound from Munich. An Embraer 195, so the bigger version. So, dann Stefan, guten Morgen an dich und willkommen hier im Livestream. Schön, dass du mit dabei bist, und auch Fabian ist mit dabei. Herzlich willkommen und Grüße nach Wohlen. Ein Aargauer, sehr schön. Ursprünglich bin ich aus dem Aargau. Und Grüße auch an Samantha in dem Fall, die schauen offenbar zu zweit. Sehr schön. So, touchdown for the Helvetic Embraer 195 inbound from Munich. They recently also got the Embraer 195, despite they had the 195 E2 already, which was a bit surprising to me, but okay, if they need it, why not? Earlier they were flying with the Fokker 100, and I missed this one a lot actually. So, and next we have a Swiss A220 inbound from Berlin. And we had a departure to Berlin like before, didn't we? And the Ethiopian A350 has now departed Milan. It's now above the Alps. And is currently cruising at 22,000 feet. And I can imagine that this is a very nice view up there in this weather. And it will land in about 20 minutes from now. And we have another heavy which is getting closer to Zurich, which is another United 767 inbound from Chicago. We had the one from New York before, and now we have the Chicago flight inbound as well. And now touchdown for the flight from Berlin. This also was an overnight stay, I guess. Well, and this happens when you forget about the battery saving mode. I'm not filming actually, I just broadcast whatever I see on my camera display. I only film the stuff which I think is interesting for a normal compilation. This saves quite a bit of battery life actually. And also SD card storage. So, and what do we have? Oh, next one is a bit further out still. An A320 of Welling inbound from Barcelona. And in close vicinity we have as well an Embraer 190 of Bulgaria Air flying for Air Serbia as it looks. Then Air Dolomiti for Lufthansa inbound from Frankfurt, and Sun Express is also approaching Zurich as we speak, inbound from Antalya. So why not zooming out a bit and just catch the atmosphere here during this nice late summer morning here. Perfect weather, almost no wind. Although perfect weather, let's say 95% perfect. It would be best if we could see the mountains, even though if I go a little bit further to the right, we can see the silhouette of the Alps at least a bit. And I hope that during the day the haze will clear up a bit and we will get a nice mountain view. That would be very cool. I hear something that sounds like a departure on runway 28, but I don't see it on flight radar. Oh no, it's actually 32. Oops. Lufthansa A320 in Star Alliance livery. Maybe you have seen it on the tail fin, outbound to Frankfurt. That is a flight I've already taken, I believe, but in the inbound version when I was returning from New York back then, via Frankfurt on an A340-600 across the pond. That was very nice. So Fabian, bei dir fliegen sie dann alle drüber, schreibst du? Ja gut. Dann wohnst du offensichtlich nahe am Flughafen. Und Eddie schaut auch zu, guten Morgen an dich und einen guten Appetit beim Frühstück. Und du wohnst direkt in der Anflugschneise, dann siehst du sie noch vor uns, oder vor uns besser gesagt. Und Eva schaut auch ganz aus der Nähe zu, allerdings am anderen Ende des Flughafens, etwas nördlich davon wahrscheinlich. So, and I now see on final the Vueling A320 from Barcelona. This one is registered Echo Charlie Oscar Delta Juliet and was delivered in May 2014, so it's 11 years old. And I keep an eye on the next heavies. Ethiopian is now descending above central Switzerland. And depending on the radar vectors, they will be here in about 12 minutes from now, and United from Chicago also in 12 minutes, which is good for us. So let's zoom in a little. You can see the Vueling A320 now on short final for runway 34. So, and there is also a departure on the runway 28. You maybe have heard it on ATC, which is an EasyJet A319 to Rome. So maybe we can get this climb out. Here it is. Also quite far away. we really have to wait for the runway change at 9. And next is the Bulgaria Air Embraer 190 inbound from Belgrade. Seems like they have leased some aircraft from Bulgaria Air. Okay, it seems like Ethiopian will be landing after United. If I look at the way or the flight path and also the altitude, he's way too high to join final like directly. So, dann ZRH Aviation ist auch wieder mit dabei. Schönen guten Morgen an dich und schön, dich wiederzusehen. Ein bisschen früher heute, genau. Ich wollte euch mal so ein bisschen die Südanflüge zeigen, auch wenn sie ein bisschen weit weg sind. So, and next we have the Bulgaria Air Embraer 190. You can see it now on final. And we are patiently waiting for the next heavies, which are, as I said, the United 767 from Chicago, which is registered November 661 United Alpha, delivered in July 1993. So 32 years old. That's definitely one of the older 767s. Actually older than me. And the A350 of Ethiopian is registered Echo Tango Alpha Whiskey Papa and was delivered in November 2019, 5 years old by now. So, I think, yeah, here it is. I just let this one slide through. And United is now right above the city of Zug in central Switzerland, turning base for runway 34, and Ethiopian is following him more or less. Seems like he will be sequenced right behind the Chicago flight, so very good. Meanwhile, we have an A321neo on final, inbound from Athens of Swiss. And then we have Air Dolomiti, followed by Sun Express, and then it looks like it is the United Airlines 767's turn. So currently United is number 4 for landing, as it looks. Dann Lone Ranger DJ, guten Morgen und Grüße ins Emmental. Tonprobleme bei ZRH Aviation. Das ist tatsächlich etwas, was man beachten muss. Ich benutze 2 Mikrofone. Eins ist das externe normal für den HDMI-Anschluss und das andere ist das, mit dem ich die Stimme aufnehme. Und ich habe es eigentlich so eingestellt, dass es kein Echo geben sollte. Aber naja. Wobei das HDMI ist so weit weg, eigentlich sollte das nicht so zu tragen kommen. So in the meantime, that's the flight from Athens. So the next one is Air Dolomiti, I guess, yes. Just ensuring that we do not enter the camera battery saving mode again. So I zoom in and out a little. Dann Lone Ranger DJ sagt bei dir, ist der Ton alles okay? Das ist gut. Es rauscht ab und zu etwas. Kommt das Rauschen vom ATC-Scanner oder vom Mikrofon selber? Ich habe das so an das Hemd rangeklemmt. Sollte eigentlich keine Rauschgeräusche geben, wenn es irgendwie am Stoff rumreibt. So then we have next the Sun Express inbound from Antalya, and then it's heavy aircraft time. United with a 767 from Chicago, and then the Ethiopian A350 from Milan. And then it's only a bit more than 10 minutes until the runway change. Ja, das kann sein, dass das der ATC ist. Ich hätte es lieber, wenn wir hier wirklich die Funksprüche hören, aber manchmal... Ja, Andrea, der A350 ist wirklich ein super Flugzeug. Sehe ich auch sehr gerne. Wir werden ihn bald sehen und später werden wir noch ein paar weitere sehen. Edelweiss mit dem späten Inbound Rush am späten Morgen. Und dann auch noch die zweite Edelweiss aus Las Vegas im frühen Nachmittag und auch Qatar Airways. Dann Hannover Fan, guten Morgen an dich und Grüße nach Hannover. Schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. Just in time for the next heavies. We have now United Airlines from Chicago, #1, and Ethiopian Airlines #2 for landing. Well, we see Sun Express vacating the runway, and it seems like we have a runway 32 departure. Yes, a Swiss A320 to Hamburg. Let's take a look over there. It will probably appear behind this bush. Here it is. Andrea, du schreibst, wenn er über dich hindrüber geflogen ist, gell? So, and now let's take a look at the 767. As I said, 32 years old already. Definitely one of the oldest airplanes we're going to see today. And still going strong. Those are now the last landings on runway 34 for today, at least in the morning. Like 10 minutes they're going to switch the runways. Then I will also have to update the info in the information. It's not really a box to be, it's more like an information line at the bottom of the screen. I can hear the engine from here. I don't know whether it's also noticeable via the microphone. Classic engine sound of the 767. Alright, next is the Ethiopian A350. Dann Lone Ranger DJ, 340-600, ganz selten. Also den einzigen, den man ab und zu vielleicht gesehen hat, ist der von Aserbaidschan während dem WEF oder wenn er sonst mal da war. Und sonst Katar in der Regierungsflotte hat nur die 340-500, soweit ich weiß. Kuwait auch. Also 340-600 sind extrem selten hier. Leider. And now we have the Ethiopian A350. Also wenn das so weitergeht mit dem Funk, dann schalte ich den wieder aus, weil so bringt er genau gar nichts. And that was the first A350 of the day. If everything goes as planned, we will see 3 more. 2 of Edelweiss and 1 of Qatar. Ja, das ist sehr schade, wirklich. Lone Ranger A340-600 ist einer meiner absoluten Lieblingsflugzeuge. Und bis ins Jahr 2014 hatten wir ja die Thai, die täglich hergekommen ist mit dem 340-600 und dann kam die 777. Dann Reto, guten Morgen an dich und Grüße nach Seen. Schön, dass du mit dabei bist. Und Andrea, mit Qatar warst du unterwegs im A350, sehr cool. Ich werde auch bald mit dem A350 fliegen. Wahrscheinlich, je nachdem. Kommt noch ein bisschen darauf an, ob der noch wirklich an dem Tag fliegt. Aber mehr verrate ich zu diesem Zeitpunkt noch nicht. So, let's check out on Flight Radar whether they are already sequencing airplanes for the landings on runway 14. Although, which airplanes do they want to sequence? There's pretty much nothing in close vicinity. Oh man. How about that? Once we could see some close-up ones, there's nothing coming. Okay. But that will change, no worries. And it seems like the first one... Yeah, it seems like it will take a while. The first heavy on 14 will be Turkish Airlines. An A330 inbound from Istanbul will be here in about 30 minutes. Oh. I wish it was a bit earlier, as other days, but well. Dann Bergchief 47. Danke erstmal fürs Kompliment und ja, gesteuert am Boden wird manuell. Oh Matthias, das ist aber sehr schade um die Seeluschin 62. Die verdient es instand oder zumindest ansehlich gehalten zu werden, wenn sie schon dasteht. Und Reto, 777, der Teil wird uns wahrscheinlich noch eine ganze Weile erhalten bleiben. Ab und zu sehen wir die 350, aber... So... And it seems like the runway change is silently executed today. There is no inbound traffic at the moment, so they can just switch to the departure runway 28, so okay. And now updating, since nothing is going on, the METAR info for you. The last one is from 1.5 hours ago. (0620), that's 30 minutes ago more or less. At 0620 Zulu time, or Greenwich time better say. Winds are verbally with 2 knots. That's typical for early morning. Visibility is good. Well, obviously. We have few clouds at 5,000 feet. Then the broken clouds are gone. They were listed earlier. Temperature 12 degrees, dew point 10 degrees. It's getting a bit fresher in the morning now, compared to 1 week ago when I was almost melting on the observations deck. And QNH 1020. So, landing runway now 14, departing runways 28 and 16. So, you should now see the updated info. So, and now we have to be a bit patient as it looks for the first landings on runway 14, which is pretty much that which what is visible best from our spot today. Yeah, now we are not very lucky actually. But this gives me actually the opportunity to give a little outlook what expects us today. So as I said, in about 25 to 30 minutes is the first heavy landing on runway 14, which is the Turkish A330. Then we have American Airlines with a Dreamliner from Philadelphia. Is delayed, will be here at like 10:30 if I have seen this correctly. Oh no, 10:57 even, okay. That's 2 hours delay. Then, shortly after 10 a.m. we have Air Canada from Toronto at 777-200LR. And more or less at the same time United with a 777-200ER. Then the first A340 of the day will be Punta Cana, an A340 of Edelweiss. Although, wait a second, the first A340 will actually be a departure in like 10 to 15 minutes to San Jose, and we will see this one. Unless it takes runway 28, but I don't think so. I hope it pushes back soon. Has departure time 9:05. According to flight radar 9:19, but you never know. I hope a bit earlier, then we can cover up the time until the first landings here. So, and then Edelweiss A350 at 11:14. Then some more A340s, like at 11:40 from Seattle. And during this time we have the main inbound rush in general, so plenty to see there. And then later at around 1:40 the Emirates A380. And also at this time we will have then the main heavy departure rush. That's pretty much the schedule for today. So we're just getting started here. Und ja, Eva, da hast du vollkommen recht. Die A340, die macht noch ordentlich Krach, wenn sie über den Kopf fliegt. And I quickly switch off the ATC scanner and back on again because I'm not very pleased with the audio of this thing today. It has good days and bad days actually. Yeah, the A340 of Edelweiss is not yet on the radar to San Jose, pity. So we will keep waiting until we get a first landing here on runway 14. We have Bulgaria Air from Sofia in like 15 minutes from now. Then Finnair with an A321 from Helsinki, also in like 14 minutes. And the closest is actually a Swiss A321neo from Malaga in 8 minutes. So I ask for a bit of your patience now until we have the first landings here. In the meantime, we just get a view here, this beautiful morning atmosphere here at Zurich Airport during this late summer morning. Dann Sandro, schönen guten Morgen an dich, schön dich wiederzusehen hier im Livestream. Matthias und Andrea, ich schließe mich da an, die A340. Ich genieße die noch, solange es geht. Yeah, we have departures on runway 28. I think I will cover up the time with those. Looks like Austrian Airlines. Yes. If all ATC calls would have this quality, I would be very happy. Have you ever flown on Austrian Airlines? I actually wanted once, and then I got an Embraer of Air Dolomiti instead, which yeah, was alright, but I wanted an Austrian Airlines plane. Und Lone Ranger, ja, das ist halt ein bisschen Geschmackssache tatsächlich. Ob man jetzt Airbus oder Boeing besser findet. Bei mir kommt es ein bisschen drauf an. Also der A350 ist ästhetisch sehr schön, A340, 600 genauso. Mein absolutes Lieblingsflugzeug ist allerdings die Boeing 747. 400. Und ja, die A340, die wird nicht mehr lange da sein. Also das geht jetzt relativ schnell. Jetzt sind wir gerade in der interessanten Phase, wo wir beide haben, die A350 und die A340. Aber sobald die A350 Edelweiss wird am Ende dieses Jahres 4 von denen haben, soweit ich weiß. Korrigiert mich, wenn ich falsch liege, aber... Und Swiss bekommt mindestens 1, wenn nicht sogar 2. Also... Und theoretisch jeder A350 ist ja eigentlich ein 340er weniger, ne? Also das wird schleichend, aber trotzdem schnell passieren. So. And the first landing on runway 14 is getting closer. It's going to be the Swiss A321 from Malaga, A321neo to be precise. Registered Hotel Bravo Juliet Papa Delta and delivered in August 2023, so 2 years old, a very new aircraft, like all the neos pretty much. So compared to the 32 years old 767 which you have seen landing earlier, that's quite a difference. Oh, and then I'm glad that I can finally show you some action here. Like the landings on runway 34 were fine from the perspective, but like the ones on 14 will be way more interesting for you. Ja, der A350-1000 ist echt ein cooles Flugzeug, das stimmt absolut. Auch der A330neo gefällt mir eigentlich ganz gut mit dieser schwarzen Maske ums Cockpit drum und auch die Winglets so ganz elegant designt. Also der macht schon eine gute Falle, wenn man den sieht. So, final countdown for the first landing on the runway 14 today. Can you already see it? Yes, I can already see it actually. And I would love if the ATC calls would actually be audible. That would be very nice. I did not switch it on to listen to this noise. hopefully it will be better on the other frequency. Because as soon as arrival traffic picks up, they are splitting up the ATC calls, like landings on another frequency and departures on the one which we have right now. And good news, people, the Edelweiss A340 to San Jose has been pushed back and is currently taxiing on taxiway Delta. And the way it has been pushed back, I assume it will indeed depart on runway 16, which is very good for us. So, now as we put off my jacket, it's getting a bit warmer now, which is good. Perfect conditions today actually, like forecasted 20, like lower 20 degrees, or the temperatures in the lower 20s. That's the proper way to express it. Unlike last week where we had the upper 20s and a very, very high humidity. That was poo. That was not very comfortable. And I don't know, maybe I've seen it behind the trees there, the A340, but I think we will have a look at the Malaga flight first. We have been waiting so long for a landing on runway 14, so now we shall enjoy it.
From there, standing up. Tower, camcorder 020 depart on discretion, terminal.
So, that's how landings will be looking for, I like today. Just in time.
Proceed direct, whiskey 2, hold
We should see
Golf
the
Echo.
Edelweiss A340 to San Jose appearing behind the trees over there. And I just figured out that I have set up something here which does not make that much of sense, so I quickly changed that.
Depart on discretion, camcorder 020.
So here it is. I know you guys love the A340.
Tower, camcorder 020, routing approved 340,
A340 to San Jose in Costa Rica.
Echo 2 inwards. What's this? Edelweiss 380 departure in approximately 11 minutes.
And we have the first super chat of the day. Matthias, vielen herzlichen Dank für deine Spende. Das ist wirklich ganz großzügig von dir. Vielen Dank, das hilft mir sehr. Und es freut mich, dass meine Livestreams dir so gut gefallen. In this case, I will have to update the super chat counter. I'll do this after the... Although, you know what? Since this one is waiting... Yeah, there's landing traffic apparently, so I have time.
Time 3500 feet, leaving control runway route whiskey hotel Golf Echo.
First super chat of the day. Like last week we had a viewer record apparently of 364 simultaneous viewers, and actually This is a very frequently asked question here. Why does this A340 now have to wait? And I have prepared something. The reason is this. You see here on the screen the runway system. In blue the departure routes out of runway 16, and in reddish the arrival and missed approach route of runway 14. And we have currently landing traffic on runway 14. And if landings and departures would be simultaneously, you see there, those routes are crossing each other. And this is not good. Potential collision points, and this is why it's either or. And as you can see, if the airplane, like the one to San Jose, will do the 270 degrees turn to the left, there are even 2 crossing points. So this is why he has now to wait until there is a gap in the approach sequence, and then once this is the case, they can let him fly. So, and now we have the next landing on runway 14, which is Finnair from Helsinki. An A321. Quickly pan over again to the A340 there. It's always good from this spot when something is sitting there to like cover up the time until the next landing. And Andrew, good morning to you and welcome back to the live stream. Glad that you could join again and enjoy it. It's a very nice day today. So, not much time to rest. Next landing is coming up, which seems to be the Bulgaria Air A220. Yes, it is. Yes, Andrew, no sync issues today, thank God. I'm very glad about that. Okay, Edelweiss has line-up clearance, but they won't get takeoff clearance because there is more inbound traffic. We have SAS with an A320neo from Copenhagen, and then EasyJet from Malaga. And then there seems to be a little gap in the approach sequence for the departure of Edelweiss. But first we take a look at SAS.
Rescue helicopter at your 10 o'clock position, 4 miles at 3,000 feet. Proceed
after the next landing. And yeah, then we get some heavy aircraft action. First the A340 departure, and then close by is already Turkish Airlines with the A330 from Istanbul. Und ZRH Aviation, mir gefällt die neue Air Canada Livery mittlerweile besser als die alte. Die alte sieht gut aus, sofern sie frisch gestrichen ist. Wenn sie verwaschen ist, sieht sie einfach nur noch potthässlich aus, wie ich finde. So this is EasyJet from Malaga.
Thanks for today, that was clear.
So, and now I pan over to the Edelweiss because I expect that it can depart now. Yes, it can. And now I have an idea. You can now track the flight path of that thing along the blue line. Like it has just lifted off, and soon it will turn to the left. And yes, it's going, it looks like it's really doing the 270 degrees turn. Well, now it is crossing the first potential collision point with the missed approach route of runway 14. So, not that easy. Now it's coming back over again. Second collision point, potential collision point. And then it proceeds out to the west. just to illustrate you how the routes are like conflicting each other here, but it is as it is, and I can already see Turkish Airlines close by on short final for runway 14, which is the first heavy landing of the day here from the north. So, are you ready for the first heavy landing on runway 14 today? I totally am, and I'm looking forward to it, so let's enjoy it.
Hello, Alpine 85 Charlie Quebec. On the ILS, runway 14, we have 7 miles out.
Very, very nice. Now we have one landing after the other. Next one is another EasyJet from Alicante. Then we have SunExpress from Izmir, LOT from Warsaw, and another EasyJet from Porto. And here we have the EasyJet from Alicante, also in the south of Spain, similar to Malaga. And also Alicante is, like Malaga, quite a popular destination in the summer. The next is the SunExpress 737. Tango Charlie, Sierra Papa Mike, 11 years old, from Izmir. And we have other SunExpress flights in the air, I think, yeah. Another one will be landing in about 20 minutes. But first, let's take a look at this one. blue belly. Ooh. Smoky touchdown. Nice. Andrea, ich verstehe, was du meinst. Du meinst den Rauch, glaube ich, gell? Beim Touchdown. Und ZRH Aviation, das nächste Video muss ich noch gucken, Mitte Woche. Ist bereits fertig abgespeichert, editiert etc. Aber ich versuche es jeweils nicht zu nahe zu den Livestreams hochzuladen. And here we have Lot with an Embraer 195 from Warsaw. Ah, den Duft, ja, jetzt weiß ich erst recht, was du meinst. Wenn du nahe an der Bahn stehst, dann riecht es immer nach Gummi, das stimmt. Und diesen Geruch liebe ich am Morgen. So, was haben wir als nächstes? Das wäre dann EasyJet aus Porto. And then we have Swiss A220 from Olbia for Edelweiss apparently, and then an A321 Neo from Lisbon. Now we have our landings, so wait, it was worth it actually.
Fine, 955, bye bye sir, 8104.
So next is the A220 of Swiss flying for Edelweiss. An Edelweiss livery would be a bit nicer, but okay, we will get plenty of that later. And even in the bigger version, so no worries. Yeah, the next heavies are slowly but surely getting closer, and then it will be a heavy aircraft festival here. My Friday takeoff on runway 28, yes indeed. To Ostrava. Yeah, let's take the A220 and I think then we can go directly over to this climb out.
Charlie, on Zurich, 24AUG25,
767 seems like it is empty. My Friday 767 with outgoing lights.
456, thank you, bye-bye, have a nice day, bye. 203, please normally the runway, wind 2 for the region, now 114, keep the line.
Okay.
114,
And next we have the A321neo from Lisbon. Okay, correction, that is not a neo, obviously. Well, and now we have a little break again. Next landing in about 5 to 7 minutes. And we have multiple heavy getting closer, like the Swiss flight from New York, then we have Chicago with a 777, Delta from New York, another A330, Edelweiss from Punta Cana, which is an A340, then Air Canada from Toronto, 777-200 LR, and also United from San Francisco, a 777-200 ER. And it looks like there is a runway check in progress. Here it is. The vehicle driving down the runway, checking it for debris or some kind of other things lying on the runway, birds or whatever. And I guess that's what the short break in arrivals is for. It will take like 3 to 5 minutes depending on how quick he drives. Or can drive, better to say. And the next heavy departure is Qatar Airways to Doha. Usually a candidate for runway 28, but maybe we are lucky today and it takes 16. In some occasions they do. So, we are waiting for the next landing after the runway check, which they are doing right now. And I use this brake to put some sunscreen on, because otherwise I think I will get burnt. Yeah, I'm going to stand here for another, if everything goes according to plan, 6 hours until the A380 departure. So, better take precautions early enough. Next landing, what is going to be? And there are Doha has now pushed back the Qatar A350 and facing east, so this one will go on runway 28, unfortunately, but well, that's not unexpected. Next landing, Sun Express, Boeing 737 from Ankara, followed by an Embraer of Helvetic, an Embraer 195-E2 from Frankfurt. And we have Pegasus from Antalya, an A320neo. That's the next 3 landings.
Swiss 1102.
Yeah, that's kind of a disadvantage at this spot. You have very nice views on the landings and also on runway 16. However, if there's a quick break, you have pretty much nothing to focus on, like on the observations deck, when you can just maybe check out some taxiing aircraft or whatever. Like here, you have something when there's traffic, and then it's nice. But if there's nothing, well, then there's nothing. But I need different perspectives for my compilations. And since those live streams are also kind of to showcase you my life as a plane spotter here, where I usually stand, also my view through the camera, this also belongs to the business here. All right, Sun Express is now on final, will be here in about 2 minutes. I already can see the landing lights.
Number 955, 051 Charlie, bye.
And I now change the frequency maybe. The noise of the scanner today is rather on the bad side. Right, another 737 now on final. Maybe it will be a similar smoky touchdown like the one before. And in terms of special traffic, not much actually today. Some Gulfstreams and Dassault Falcons, but nothing big. Unfortunately, also the Emirates A380 has no special livery on it. You might know that they have quite a few A380s with special liveries. I've already shown you one in the live stream, also from this position. However, during the past weeks, every time I wasn't lucky enough to see one in the special liveries. So, well. Okay, and we are approaching like 100 viewers. That's great. Welcome everybody. Nice Sunday morning here at Zurich Airport. And we are just at the beginning of the late morning inbound rush. And that's where this position is really shining actually. All right, next airplane is getting closer, so we pan over to the final approach area. Check out the Sun Express 737 from Ankara. one has the blue belly, it looks way better than just the white one. Ooh, yeah, that was a nice touchdown. In the background you can see the Qatar A350 taxiing. There you see, first of all, birds, and second of all, some Swiss heavies, which probably get ready for a soon departure. We have some Swiss heavies departing in the late morning to New York. What else? Washington, I think, Mumbai, Chicago as well, and Miami, if I'm not mistaken. All of them are A330s. And when you are going to the observation stack B, it's always kind of a lottery whether you will see them or not, because they depart somewhere around 10 AM. And since the deck opens at 10 AM, well, either you're too late or you make it. Depends a bit on the day. Helvetic Embraer from Frankfurt, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. Next we have Pegasus with an A320neo. Then we have a Gulfstream, private owner, registered Tango Charlie Kilo Hotel Golf. And in about 10 minutes we have the next heavy, the Swiss A330 from New York. Qatar is now on the runway. First, let's take a look at Pegasus, and maybe we are lucky as with the Knife Rider, and those two will cross each other on the screen. Qatar is still at the beginning of the runway as it looks. Yep. Oh, there's another one departing first. That's why. Dann Matthias, wir haben ab und zu Antonov 124 da. Das letzte Mal ist allerdings schon über ein Jahr her, etwa 1,5 Jahre. Das war im Januar 24, hatten wir sogar zwei. Einmal von Antonov Airlines und einmal, oh Gott, wie heißt die? War eine andere Gesellschaft. Die hat nur eine einzige Antonov, die war ganz selten. Okay. We have the private Gulfstream. I was waiting for the Qatar departure. Let me quickly check out something. Is Qatar even on the runway? No, it's not. It's just, it looks like from here, but it's actually still on the taxiway. That's why it's not departing. Okay, all good. So, next landings. We have Air Europa 737 from Madrid. Then the Swiss A330 from New York. Followed by a Swiss 777 from Chicago. Then we have Delta with an A330 from New York. Then we have United with a 777-200ER from San Francisco. Then we have Aer Lingus from Dublin. Air Canada from Toronto, 777-200LR, and Edelweiss from Punta Cana with an A340. So a lot of action within the next like 15 to 20 minutes. Matthias, die andere, von der ich geredet habe, die Airline gerade nicht, wie mir nicht in den Sinn kommt, die war ganz in weiß. Und die von Antonov Airlines, die ist so gelb-blau gestreift. I think now Qatar is on the runway, so we will take this climb out with us before we get to the next landing rush, which contains a lot of heavies. We're almost 2 hours streaming already. Time is passing so quickly. Okay. Looks like Qatar is speeding up. It is. You can see it now on the screen behind the bush. There it is. It's now behind Dock E. So I quickly go a little bit further. And we will expect it to appear behind the trees there. Here it is. Departing to Doha, this is one of 2 Qatar Airways flights which we have today, both operated by the A350. Usually the 900, sometimes we even get the 1000. And we will see the second flight landing. Oops, thank you autofocus for nothing. In the early afternoon. Actually, I can pan over directly to the approach area again, because now it's time for the next landings and soon time for the next heavies as well. But first we have Air Europa with a 737 from Madrid. Nice smoky touchdown there. So, and now, are you guys ready for the next heavies? We have Swiss from New York, an A330, followed by a 777 of Swiss from Chicago. Und dann Captain Capybara. Guten Morgen an dich und willkommen hier im Livestream. Ich hoffe, du genießt die Show hier am Morgen, Sonntagmorgen hier am Flughafen Zürich. Gerade rechtzeitig für die nächsten Großraumjets. And here we have the next heavy, Swiss A330 from New York, JFK. Nice and smooth landing there. Lone Ranger, ja. Upsala, sorry. The tripod side wasn't locked. Die Swiss wird sehr bald ihren ersten A350 bekommen, Anfang Oktober, so wie es aussieht. And we reached 100 viewers already. That's great. Welcome everybody. You're just in time for the heavy aircraft inbound rush in the early morning. Next one is a Boeing 777 of Swiss inbound from Chicago. Registered Hotel Bravo, Juliet, November Bravo, delivered March 2016, 9 years old. And just out of curiosity, the United 777 from San Francisco was delivered in January 1999, 26 years old, registered November 204 Uniform Alpha. 3 heavies on final now. Swiss followed by Delta and then United. And we have the first heavy departures being pushed back. Those are Swiss A330s to Mumbai and Chicago. We will see them departing right over there. But first we take a look at the landings. Next up, the first 777 of the day on runway 14. We've seen Singapore Airlines earlier on runway 34 a bit in the distance, but now let's see it close up. That was a nice landing. That was Swiss. Now we have Delta next. Okay, yeah, we have some time. We have the next Super chat. I just have to wait until it shows up here on my device. Here we go. Second super chat of the day. Andrea, vielen herzlichen Dank für deinen Support. Schön, dich immer hier zu sehen, hier im Livestream, und freut mich, dass es dir so gut gefällt hier. So, just in time for the next heavy landing, Delta Airlines from New York.
on the ILS to runway 14. Airplane 14, vacating Hotel 2 at 44.
Next up we have United with a 777 from San Francisco. Talking about the smooth touchdown there. Dann Duke Rowell, guten Morgen an dich. Schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. Und die butterweiße Landung, die ich noch in Erinnerung habe, die war, glaube ich, gar nicht so lange her. Das war in Gran Canaria mit einer ATR-72 vom Binter. Die war wirklich, also man hat nicht gemerkt, dass die Kiste am Boden war. Super. Dann ING Aviation ist auch wieder mit dabei. Herzlich willkommen an dich. Schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. Und Owl ist auch mit dabei. Herzlich willkommen hier im Livestream. Und DS ist auch mit dabei. Deine Tochter sitzt in der Punta Cana Maschine. Die landet bald. Die werde ich natürlich zeigen. Den DVB ist also mit dabei. Herzlich willkommen. Viele Leute da, freut mich. Welcome everybody. And next we have Shamrock, Aer Lingus from Dublin.
Air Canada 80, Airbus A380. Air Canada 80, Airbus.
So, and we have the first heavies of the morning departure rush of Swiss. The first one to Mumbai, the second one to Chicago.
The last 14, take lead hotel to Air Canada.
And we have no time to rest at all. We have Air Canada now on short final, so we pan over, and number 2 for landing now is the Edelweiss A340 from Punta Cana.
Hello, Kilo Hotel, 811855, correct? 11855. Welcome home, shoulder low, pre-steering touching down in 340 degrees 4 knots on 14 clear to runway 14, clear to left and west,
You heard it, how ATC has talked with the Edelweiss A340, in German, welcome home. Maybe ATC also knows that your daughter is on board DS. So you have the 2 Swiss A330s being ready. And this gives me quickly an opportunity to show you again why. Due to the conflicting routes of arrival and departure, you have the missed approach track crossing the departure routes, and that's why you cannot have landings and takeoffs simultaneously on runways 14 and 16. However, stage 3 for Edelweiss from Punta Cana, and we have people on board, relatives from viewers here in the live chat, so let's welcome them home. And here they are. So I'll actually quickly show you the graph again, in case you couldn't have a detailed look at it. Microphones are doing well. Yes, they are. Very good. So, next landing is Eurowings from Palma de Mallorca, followed by Air France from Paris. And then there is a gap in the approach sequence, so by then they should be able to let those two A330s. One is now waiting on the taxiway, the other one has lined up in the meantime. So I assume after the next two landings they will be able to depart, and there is also a reason, I guess, why they have cleared the first one onto the runway, to have him ready once the next landings are on the ground. And here we have Eurowings from Palma de Mallorca. It's way better when there are airplanes waiting on 1.6, then we at least see something in the breaks in between the landings. DKLZXV, guten Morgen an dich und willkommen hier im Livestream. Freut mich, dass er dir gefällt. Air France now on final, and then there is a gap in the approach sequence, and I guess that's when they will send out those departures, and there are two more coming up actually, so plenty to see in the next minutes as well. Now let's take a look at Air France, and then I assume once this one is on the ground, the Swiss flight on the runway will get takeoff clearance. So right there we can see another one taxiing. This is Delta 901 to Atlanta, a 767. And then we have here the one to Mumbai, and on the runway the one to New York. No, to Chicago, sorry. And this one is departing right now. Let's observe this one accelerating down the runway, and we will have the others in the front in the meantime. The Mumbai flight is now lining up, and the Delta is waiting there. Maybe they will have to wait a little bit longer. There's another one coming up. Behind the tree, that's another Swiss A330 departing to Toronto. And here we have the Mumbai flight lining up on runway 16. And I guess this one will depart any second as well, because there's enough space in the approach gap, so this one will depart as well. Delta and the other Swiss to Toronto, they will have to wait a bit longer because the next landing is already on final approach, or the next landing aircraft. So the gap won't be big enough to let the others out as well. Looks like it's moving. Yes, it is. We've seen the Delta 767 landing earlier actually on runway 34, and now it departs in the opposite direction to the south. So here we have the two which have to wait now because we have more landing traffic. Aegean from Athens with an A320, followed by a Edelweiss A320 flying for Swiss inbound from Munich. And then we have the next heavy, a Swiss A330 coming in from Washington. Amadou, so welcome to the live stream. Glad you could join. Enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it. Der Lone Ranger, der markantste Triebwerkssound, ist schwierig. Vielleicht die Tupolev 154, würde ich jetzt spontan sagen. Dann Pedro, willkommen hier im Livestream, schön dich wiederzusehen hier im Chat. Oh, B52 beim Landeanflug, okay, das ist natürlich auch eine Hausnummer, das stimmt. Dann Marc, willkommen an dich auch hier im Livestream, schön, dass du mit dabei bist. And now let's take a look at Aegean Airlines. Schönen Sonntag an dich auch, schön, dass du mit dabei warst und hoffentlich bis zum nächsten Mal. The others hopefully stay a bit longer because there's plenty of action coming up. Next up we have the A320 of Edelweiss coming in from Munich for Swiss. And then we have another heavy landing, the A330 from Washington, and then I think it will be time for those two waiting at runway 16 to be released. So, the first red nose of the day. No, the second one, we had the A340 already. is in position for departure. Swiss is also ready. And we have another Swiss A330 now on short final. And another one in closer vicinity from Boston. We'll be landing in about 10 minutes. Then we have A-Jet with an A321 and a Pegasus A320neo. That's the next landings after those two heavy departures, most likely. And before those two heavies, we have another heavy landing. Dann Pierrido, guten Morgen an dich und herzlich willkommen. Schön dich wiederzusehen und ich hoffe, du genießt die Show hier. And now let's take a look at the A330 inbound from Washington. Nice landing there, and simultaneously we have Delta Airlines already accelerating on runway 16, while the other Swiss A330 is lining up. Yeah, today would have been a good day for the observation stack, even though my streams there start at like 10:30, so we would have been too late for those. Because until I pass the security check and set up all the things and etc., sound check, whatever, it takes a while, so. Ja, Bedo, mit der Tupolev 154 hatte ich nie die Ehre zu fliegen, aber ich habe mal zwei habe ich gesehen, glaube ich, insgesamt. Eine ist so vor 8 Jahren oder so, das war noch von der slowakischen Regierung. Bevor sie die ersetzt haben, ist die noch mal in Zürich gewesen. Das ist einer der Highlights meiner Planespotting-Karriere bis jetzt wahrscheinlich. There's another Swiss A330 coming up behind the trees. Which one did we not have yet? I think Miami. I'll quickly check after on flight radar. Nice. One lifting off and the other taxiing in the front. That's cool. So this one will have to wait, I'm pretty sure, because we have more traffic on final. Yep. An A-Jet A321 in a rather boring livery, but okay, we take it, from Istanbul. Then we have also from Istanbul, both from Sabiha Gökçen. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And then we have a Swiss A330 from Boston landing. Oh. And this A330 now on screen departs to New York. Can it line up already, or does it have to wait? No, they have to hold short, okay. And also in close vicinity is another Swiss 777 from Sao Paulo. We'll be here in about 12 minutes, that's good for us. More heavy aircraft landing action here. And I'm also expecting the first of two Edelweiss A350s. I'm just checking where this one is. Oh, it's a bit, yeah, still 45 minutes out. Okay. Pedro, der Feuerwehrhügel, naja. Ich wurde schon weggeschickt tatsächlich, als ich dort oben war. Kannst du riskieren, aber kann teuer werden, habe ich gehört. So then we have the next landing. Swiss A330 is lining up as it sounds. Now let's take a look at the AJet A321. Only has titles on it, no livery whatsoever else. Otherwise than that. Let's call it a labeled white sausage. There we have the New York flight. Then Swedish car spotter, welcome to the live stream. Generally I speak English, but if someone asks a question in German, then I answer in German. Next is Pegasus Airlines A320neo from Istanbul as well. Same origin like the AJet before.
4 Yankee Heavy. Good morning, 4 Yankee Heavy. Slot number 1.
So next is the Swiss A330 landing from, what was that? Boston, yep. Well, Swedish car spotter. In this case, welcome to my channel if you're new. Glad that you found your way here, and I hope you continue enjoying the stream. We are staying for quite a while here. And now the A330 from Boston. So we have another United 767 taxiing up to Newark, and in the meantime the New York flight is taking off. I guess they have to wait. Yeah. More landing traffic on runway 14. So let's get some info on this 767 there. Center, please, thank you. We've seen it landing earlier, if I remember correctly. Registered November 675 Uniform Alpha, delivered in June 2025, years old. And to those who have joined us recently, I can gladly show you again the graph why this United 767 now has to wait. We have landing traffic on runway 14, and the missed approach path crosses the departure routes out of runway 16, which you see in blue, and this leads to potential collision points, and that's why you cannot depart on runway 16 while there is landing traffic on runway 14. I'm going to show this graph quite frequently, such that everyone who joins a bit later can also have a look. And the next landings, we have Chair Airlines, an A320 from Pristina, and we have an A320 of Swiss from Geneva, then Helvetic with an Embraer 190 from Vienna with a Helvetic flight number. That's actually quite rare. Usually they fly for Swiss. At number 4 for landing is a Swiss 777 inbound from Sao Paulo. Ja, Pedro, das mit dem Feuerwehrhügel ist wirklich schade. Ich war dort auch sehr gerne. Gibt super Aufnahmen so von vorne, wenn sie auflinieren, aber naja. Dann Levin, willkommen hier im Livestream. Schön, dich wiederzusehen. Und Lone Ranger, warum die United warten muss, hast du vorhin auf der Grafik gesehen. Wegen den sich kreuzenden Flugrouten. Und das ist sicherheitsrelevant natürlich. And now here we have the Chair A320 from Pristina. Ach so, ich glaube, ich gehe mal von aus, dass sie die Piste 16 versuchen freizuhalten, solange der Start nicht unmittelbar bevorsteht. Also das ist so ein Grundsatz. Würde ich jetzt mal, soweit ich weiß, solange sie nicht gebraucht wird, die Bahn frei halten. Vienna and Emirates Virtual. Nee, heute Abend bin ich nicht mehr live so spät. Wenn der nach Joburg rausgeht. Ich bleibe heute live bis zum A380 Start wahrscheinlich, je nachdem wie mein Equipment durchhält. Since it has a Helvetic flight number, I could imagine that this one is a ferry flight, because Helvetic does not fly scheduled to Vienna, as far as I know at least. Anyway, next one, Swiss 777 from Sao Paulo. Oops, sorry, now here we're back. Let's enjoy this one.
Ready gate 353, 811, 1855.
That was a nice smoky touchdown. United still has to wait. Even though there would have been a small gap, but it seems like it's not big enough. So, next landing, Swiss A220 for Edelweiss from Cagliari. And then Edelweiss A320 flying for Swiss from Nice. So we have swapped roles there. And continuing this kind of pattern, we have a Swiss A320 flying for Edelweiss inbound from Bilbao. That's the next landings. Then we have Helvetic with an Embraer 190 E2 from Vienna again. And then we have Condor with an A321neo from Palma in the yellow sunshine livery, so with yellow stripes. And also Iberia with an A321 from Madrid. Those are the next landings, and we are just about to begin the late morning inbound rush of the Swiss narrow-body fleet. And in the meantime, we have the Edelweiss A350 shortly before Frankfurt. We'll be here in about 30 minutes. And also American Airlines with it. Boeing 787-9 from Philadelphia, delayed today. Will be landing in a bit less than 20 minutes from now. And if I look on the screen, United will have to wait for quite a while because there's a lot of inbound traffic at the moment. Lone Ranger, fascination of aviation, hard to explain. To me it's like, first of all, the size of these birds, that they can lift off from the ground, like the A380 every time, very impressive to see. But after I've grown older, like my passion is aviation since I'm a child, pretty much, since like 6 or 7 years old. And the older I got, I also got more interested in what it requires to keep the system running, like in the background with all the ground crew, etc., all those companies which have to work together in order to get this aircraft ready within a time frame of like 45 to 60 minutes. This is quite interesting to see to me, and it's yeah, it's a spirit in this industry, like everybody who works there or is connected to it has the same spirit in it, and this makes it very, very fascinating for me, at least. So this is the one for flying for Edelweiss, I think, yeah. And also when we're talking about the fascination of aviation, we have the technological aspect, like the engines, for example, is an entire subject of its own. The physics behind it, etc. And the list goes on. So next is the Edelweiss A320 from Nice with the new livery. We haven't had that one yet today. We had the A340 with the old livery, an A320 with the old livery, and now we have an A320 with the new one. And the A350, of course, also has the new one. Now we have the Swiss A320 flying for Edelweiss, inbound from Bilbao.
This is 504 Whiskey, Island on board. 504 Whiskey, Town Houston. Hotel 2 available? Yeah, it's up to 742. Okay. Where's the land runway on board? 504 Whiskey.
Yeah, United has to be patient there. That's for sure. So next, Helvetic with the Embraer 190E2. Then we have Condor with the A321neo. Iberia with an A321. Then we have another chair, A319. Swiss A321 and Croatia Airlines with a Dash 8. That's the next landings. That's 6 in total. That means United has to wait for at least another 10 minutes there. He was ballooning a little bit there, slightly too much elevator input, but he corrected it very well. And now we have the Condor with the yellow stripes. Shall I film this one? I think this one I'm missing from the A321s at least, so I think I filmed this one, indeed.
Good morning, immediate about with you 3.5 final. 006, Papa Papa, Papa Morning, and 350 degrees, Atmos 114, Crystal and Hotel 2 is available to the crew. Clear to runway 14, immediate also.
That was Condor from Palma, next is Iberia from Madrid. Yeah, a lot of landings at the moment, very nice. Ja, Pedro, das stimmt. Entweder es interessiert dich oder nicht. Ist auch ein bisschen so wie mit dem Essen. Entweder man mag Pizza oder man mag es nicht. Wobei, wer mag nicht Pizza, sind wir mal ehrlich, aber jeder hat seinen Geschmack. Wobei bei Aviatik ist es halt schon speziell, es fasziniert schon sehr viele für so ein recht spezifisches Hobby.
Yes, I would start. I can just put in land runway 14, right? Put it in.
So next is Chair, an A319 from Orit. And then we have a Swiss A321, which is not one of the old ones. Then we have Croatia Airlines and then American Airlines with the Dreamliner. American currently number 4 for landing. And here we have the Chair A319. I guess they will release United after the American landing, because after the American we have a little gap, or they are creating a little gap at least. And we're approaching 100 likes, that's great. Thank you very much everybody. If you haven't yet, feel free to do so if you enjoy the stream. Next up, what is this? That is the Swiss A321, I think. Yes.
Tower, come on, correct, Airport, ZRH, Tower, hello.
If they want to release United after American, they would have to let it line up slowly but surely. The gap would be there. The question is whether it is big enough. Alright, now at Dash 8, one of the only scheduled turboprops which we get here. And then it's time for the next heavy, a Dreamliner of United Airlines. Of American Airlines. I think I said United, of course. American Airlines it is.
Zurich Tower, American 902, ILS 14.
United is now lining up. And here it's very cool, you see the smoke being swirled around by the wake vortices. Here we have United lining up on runway 16. And I guess once the American Airlines has crossed the threshold of runway 14, this one will get takeoff clearance. So the wait has an end for passengers and crew of United Flight 135 to New York. And now let's enjoy the American Dreamliner from Philadelphia. Delayed arrival. Should have arrived here already 2 hours ago, but better for us, so we see it from this side. Dreamliner down and 767 accelerating on runway 16. Yeah, there's a bit of heat haze today. And up and away towards Newark. They will be glad that they finally can take off, that's for sure. And the next, oh, lot of airplanes now in the approach sector. Next one is Swiss with an A321neo from Berlin. Then we have Lufthansa with an A319 from Frankfurt. KLM with an Embraer 195E2 from Amsterdam. And Swiss with an A320 from Brussels. And much more to come. Edelweiss A350. A bit less than 20 minutes out. Then we have Edelweiss from Cancun with an A340, about 23 minutes out. And another Swiss 777 from Miami, about 25 minutes out. So the next 30 minutes will be packed with traffic here. Nicest livery on an airplane. Ooh, that's a tough one. Air New Zealand all black is very nice. Icelandair with the Hekla Aurora on the 757, also very nice. But those are special liveries, standard liveries. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Oman Air is very nice on the standard livery. Edelweiss, of course, also very nice. Everything that has color on it is nice, per se, that's for sure. Oh, and ITA Airways, of course, the Azuri Blue. I like this one a lot. All right, that was a little break, and now It's inbound rush, ladies and gentlemen. Starting off with, oops, a little close, but okay, an A321neo of Swiss.
About 55, fine, it's 14. Okay, hold on here. Clear to land, runway 14 to 165 on.
Guten Morgen.
Na?
Alles gut?
Ja.
Servus.
Der Berühmte, wir brauchen jetzt mal kurz ein Private oder
Ja,
so nicht
zum Testen, ja, ja.
zum Testen, man weiß, dass es 5 Meter läuft.
Geht aufs P6 nachher.
Ach, du hast jetzt auch so einen Arm. So.
Jupp, ich habe mir auch eins bestellt für die Yolobox und auch einen Arm für den Schirm.
Kein Panzertape. Eben, der ist auch so viel. Da warst du, okay. Nee, das hast du so.
Ja. Panzertape habe ich heute vergessen. So, some friends joined me here from ZRH aircraft. Maybe you know his channel, if not, then maybe check him out. He has very nice content as well. And next is Lufthansa with an A319 from Frankfurt. How many times have I flown on board of an A319 of Lufthansa? A lot of times, actually.
Runway 14, sit left, get a 30 Alpha.
Wenn du die laden musst, oder musst du nicht?
Ich habe die
Hast du auch ein Powerbank?
Ja.
Ja, wie so von aber jetzt so eine Schenkerie, ist eine Powerbank nicht stark. So eine Schenkerie.
Nicht, aber
Das wird jetzt erst anschließen.
ja, ist doch gut so. So, next we have KLM. Embraer 195-E2. This is a nice standard livery as well, in my opinion. It looks even better than, they modified it a little. And it looks even better than before.
Runway 14, dissonance with Banana Quebec.
The next is Swiss from Brussels, an A320, followed by an Edelweiss A320 flying for Swiss from Paris. A lot of changed roles there. Lots of Swiss aircraft flying for Edelweiss and vice versa. And then it's time for the next heavy, which is a Swiss A330 from Newark. have reached the 100 likes. That's great. Thank you very much, everybody. And let's see where this stream is going. So, next is the Edelweiss A320. I can actually pan over in the meantime. Yeah, it's already quite close. Then further back on final, you may already see the Swiss A330 inbound from Newark. Here we have the A320 of Edelweiss, flying for Swiss. Which one do you like better, the old livery or the new one? So, and are you ready for the next heavy, which is a Swiss A330? You've seen plenty of those already, but we can't get enough of it. Nee, Matthias, den Namen kann ich von der Distanz nicht lesen. Der ist ein bisschen zu klein aufgeschrieben, leider. Gesehen. Wann beginnt das genau?
Knapp, schießt heute 14. September.
Perfekt. ASEAN auch mit 380? Oh, sehr geil. Überlege ich mir das auch wahrscheinlich, nochmal ein Frankfurt-Wochenende einzulegen.
Das Beste eigentlich mit dem freien Tag runter. Wegfliegen nicht klappt. Guckst du mir noch die Tochter in Frankfurt.
You guys prefer the new Edelweiss livery? Yep. Me theoretically as well. The titles could be a bit bigger on the A320, but that's small detail. So next we have Swiss A220 from Prague.
Hello, 247 Tower morning. Continue number 2, then track 25 degrees 3 knots.
Copy, the missing video for 57.
Thank you.
Baltic, apparently, flying for Swiss. Oh, die ist klein.
ist nicht so toll. Wir machen das erstmal gut vorbereitet.
All right, next on approach, El Al with a 737 from Tel Aviv. The daily morning flight.
Oh, hello, 64, Mike, flying on 14.
47 Mike Tower, hello.
Then we have another Air Baltic from Budapest, followed by another Air Baltic from Belgrade. Both of them flying for Swiss. And then we have a real Swiss A220 from Sarajevo. And then it's time for the next two heavies. Edelweiss with the A350, followed by Edelweiss with an A340. The A350 from Vancouver and the A340 from Cancun. I hope you are ready for those. That's Air Baltic number 2, after the one we've seen recently. And the third one is already on final as well. Whilst we are waiting for the next heavies. Well, Andrew, you're from New Zealand. Greetings to New Zealand in that case.
With taxi speed halted to approve for the call.
And we have a look at another Air Baltic A220 flying for Swiss today. As you know, Swiss has leased some of those to compensate for grounded A220s and A320neos. Due to the ongoing supply chain issues with the engines. Ah, du bist seit 91 hier in der Schweiz. Okay, alles klar. So, then we have another A220 of Swiss, and then it's twice Edelweiss heavy time. A350 and A340 right after each other, and then we have a direct comparison on those. Are you ready for some A350 and A340 action, everybody? You can see the A350 already now in the middle of the screen. It's not that easy to pan to it because of the sun in the back of the display. It shines back a bit, but now you should see it. And following the A350 is the A340. So all the new livery direct in comparison, and also A350 versus A340. Let's see who does better here.
Edelweiss 530, height of 14.
Edelweiss 530, schönen guten Morgen, Wind 6 knots, wind at 14 km.
Very nice landing there. Well, and next is the A340 from Cancun. Wait, was that Hotel Foxtrot or Hotel Charlie? That was Hotel Charlie, the second one. And in the meantime, we have Etihad Airways with a 787 taxiing. At least from the perspective, it could be that it departs on runway 16, which would be very nice. And the A340 is registered Hotel Bravo Juliet Mike Delta. Alright, we had the A350, and now let's take a look at the older brother. You can see it there on final. Very characteristically with the 4 engines, of course. Dann Angelika, herzlich willkommen hier im Livestream. So, A340 action, let's go. Though I like the A350 of Edelweiss, but the A340, I still prefer it, definitely.
So gegen 9.
Ja.
Die Runde gedreht.
Ja, genau, das war der nach San Jose.
Ja, ich lag komplett in Klo. Das geht so. Ich dachte gleich, Flightradar, ich habe nicht gedacht, ob irgendeiner hier durchgestartet ist. Nee. War der Edelweiss, der relativ flach eine Runde durchgedreht hat. Was ist das Klo?
Ja, der geht immer am...
Also 9 rum.
Ja, genau. So, Etihad unfortunately goes to runway 28 as expected, even though they pushed him out as it could have been for runway 16, but it just taxis around Dock E. And we have United Airlines to Chicago, which got pushed back, but is currently chilling on the de-icing pad of runway 28. That's interesting, but well. Next we have Helvetic with a Embraer 190 from Copenhagen, followed by another Embraer 190 from Naples and another Embraer 195 from Amsterdam. And then next heavy, the Swiss 777 from Miami. So, 3 Helvetic Embraers in a row. How about that? Sascha, herzlich willkommen an dich. Schön, dich wiederzusehen hier im Livestream.
1114, clear land, 3 Charlie Victor. May we take hotel?
And Resulta Zari is here as well. Welcome to the livestream. We have another Helvetic Embraer 190 now on short final for runway 14. As we expect, currently number 3 for landing, the Swiss 777 from Miami. I hate it when there's wasps flying on my arm while I'm recording. So we had 2 Embraer 190s. Now we have next the 195 E2. And you'll notice some differences, like larger engines and also no winglets. Bigger wingspan as well, due to the wingtips instead of winglets. And next we have Swiss with a 777 inbound from Miami as announced. Registered Hotel Bravo Juliet November Juliet. One of the newer ones of Swiss, delivered in February 2018, 7 years old. Nice smoky touchdown as usual. So, and the Swiss short-haul flights keep pouring in here. We have Swiss with an A220 on final, followed by an Air Baltic A220 for Swiss. Then an Helvetic Embraer 195 and the Swiss A320 Neo. There, those are the next landings here. Funktioniert, oder?
Wir werden es jetzt zu Hause erstmal testen.
Ja.
Also zumindest, dass es eben am Tisch geht.
Okay.
Ich hätte schon eine andere Frage. Wie hast du das gemacht, dass du für kurz eingeblendet hast?
Das ist mit Overlays.
Ja, aber du hast doch hier nur UL dann dafür benutzt für eine Uhr, oder? Zum Einblenden, oder nicht? Oder war der Standard-Overlay da dabei?
Ja.
Ja, du kannst wenig Overlays. Oder musstest du über diese Homepage, kannst du selbst
Ja, oder es ist halt bei der Standardausrüstung, die ist halt die neueste.
Nee, die hat ja auch Overlays.
Aha.
Wir haben ja auch Schrift und so, unser Logo ist drin, das
Ja.
ist drin. UL, der Radarbox könnte ich unten einbauen, will er jetzt nicht. Ich wusste nicht, wo die Uhr als Overlay herkam.
Nee, das hatte ich eingespeichert.
Image Overlay, Title Overlays und sonst was.
Versuch's mal im Title, vielleicht ist sie dort drin. So, more Swiss short-haul flights coming in now. As usual during this time of the day, those are the ones which departed in the early morning. Bring in the transfer passengers for the heavy departure rush in the early afternoon, and in the other hand we have transfer passengers in the heavy airplanes which we've seen, like the one from Miami a few minutes ago. They will get one of the short haul flights which depart afternoon. And that's the function of the hub here in Zurich. That's the principle of every hub airport, but just to illustrate it. So next one, inbound from Luxembourg, we have Air Baltic flying for Swiss.
Quebec on short final, Dynamite Hotel and traffic is the Cessna just departed from the 28 via continuous left and outbound through to Export across the Victoria traffic.
When I imagine all those A220s earlier would have been Avros. Avro RJ100s, I really miss those. The small quad jets. So next will be Helvetic from Stuttgart. 50.
Was hast du links oben? 5000?
5000. Reicht. Stuttgart, probably the shortest flight in the Swiss route network. I already flew to Stuttgart as well with an A320. It was like 1.5 years ago or so. miscellaneous trip. I had to take the flight due to time reasons. So next, Swiss A320neo from Rome, followed by a Swiss A321neo from Dubrovnik in Croatia. And then a Swiss A320 from Milan with Star Alliance livery. The Swiss narrow-body inbound rush continues.
Established ILS runway 14, 2267, hello.
Yeah, quite dominant here, our home carrier in this time of the day. However, if you go to Frankfurt or Munich, it's not much different. Just that it is Lufthansa who's dominating the scene there. And it just won't stop. Temperido, du fliegst nach Tokio Narita mit der 777. Das hört sich sehr gut an. Würde ich auch mitkommen. And yeah, Andrew, the Swiss Jumbolino in London City. It was a rough one. Also considering how narrow the runway is there, this could have gone or resulted completely differently, that's true. So, and now we have the Swiss A320 in Star Alliance livery. We haven't had that one yet today, I think. Coder. Was ist das für ein Setting? Streaming Mode?
Nee, das ist Encoding
Options.
Encoding Options. Ah, Encoding Settings. CBR. Touching down right now is another Air Baltic A220. So, and next we have more Helvetic Embraers coming in, 3 in a row, and all 3 of a different variant. We have first an ERJ190E2, then the E195, the old one, and then the E195E2. First one from Bologna, second one from Berlin, and the third one from Palermo. And in about 10 minutes from now we have the third Edelweiss A340 arriving. Inbound from Seattle, registered Hotel Bravo Julie Mike Charlie. Oh, and there Montenegro we have as well, inbound. That's nice. So different compared to Swiss and Helvetic all the time. And here we have the first out of 3 Helvetic Embraers. That was the first one. Second one follows right afterwards. Könnte hier sein. Nee. Keine Ahnung. Könnte sein, ja. So, second Helvetic Embraer, this time a 195. And the third one will be an Embraer 195E2. Dann 007 J23, willkommen hier im Livestream und Grüße nach Polen. Schön, dass du mit dabei bist. Bist hier gerade mitten im Inbound Rush dabei.
One Vegas Tango, thanks for the info, wind 360 degrees 4 knots, continuous altitude.
AZ Aviation, Madeira ist auf jeden Fall auf der Liste. Muss ich aber zuerst mal hinkommen. Erstens und zweitens muss ich Zeit dafür haben. Aber steht auf der Liste, das auf jeden Fall. So, next we have a Swiss A220 from London Heathrow, followed by Montenegro, or Air Montenegro from Podgorica. Then Helvetic Embraer from Brindisi. And the Swiss A321 from Palma de Mallorca. Edelweiss A340 from Seattle will land in about 10 minutes from now. Then we are approaching 12 p.m. local time.
Look out for big birds at 4 miles.
This would mean that the inbound rush will slowly but surely calm down. And then we will be awaiting the departure rush, slowly but surely. Ja, alles klar. Ich kann auch von hier aus. Ja, genau. Externer da unten. Das sind 2 Mikros.
Hello. Have you been informed about the storms at 4 miles? Yeah, and we have them in sight. They are right off the center line, just about our altitude now. Thank you. Follow Alpha, hello. Storms at 4 miles, responded right south of the center line. From the island. And it's at least 30 birds.
Different airline for a change, Air Montenegro. And maybe you've heard the ATC call. There's birds reported. Okay dann, viel Spaß später, gell? Ciao, bis zum nächsten Mal. So, what do we have next? Another Helvetic Embraer 195, then Swiss with an A321, then another time Swiss with an A321neo. And then number 4 for landing is the Edelweiss A340 from Seattle. Originally I would like to film from a different location today, in the afternoon. However, the farmers decided to plant corn this summer, and the spot I would like to film from, this corn would be too high in order to film down to the runway, so I have to stick to this one all the time. Yeah, I have a slight crosswind indeed, but it's a very weak breeze.
4 miles final, right side of the center line. The previous aircraft didn't see them, just have a look. I'll be back up.
next we have the A321 from Palma de Mallorca, followed by the A321neo from Geneva, so we can directly compare old and new.
The
sky doesn't really clear up towards the Alps, pity. All right. And Bennett will come hier im Livestream. Community Meetup. Eine gute Idee. Noch nicht geplant, aber definitiv mal was für die Zukunft. Warum nicht? Okay, I see now the Edelweiss A340 is number 2 for landing and perfectly on time for a cloud appearing blocking the sunlight. This is the infamous spotting cloud. And it gets dark immediately. It's currently in the sun, but it will enter shadow momentarily, must see. Okie doke. That was the Swiss A321neo from Geneva. And now it is time for the next heavy, which is an Edelweiss A340 inbound from Seattle. And then we have 2 more landings as it looks. Another Helvetic Embraer from Manchester and an A321 of Swiss inbound from Barcelona, which is one of the old ones, 30 years old. Older than me. But first, it's A340 time.
You're shuttle number 1, wind track 060.4 knots. If you heard something about the birds at 4 miles, they kind of moved more to the west, should be clear of the project. Thank you, we're looking out.
Very nice landing once again. ZRH Community-Treffen. Warum auch nicht? Warum nicht? Zu gegebenem Anlass definitiv eine gute Idee. So I see on flight radar 2 more landings, and then it looks like the inbound rush is slowly but surely coming to an end. And then we expect the departures. Here we have another Helvetic Embraer as announced. This time the next heavy departures are also pending actually. Singapore Airlines, for example, United to Washington. So I hope they show up soon to cover up the time in between this rather calm inbound phase, which is ahead of us. That's the Swiss A321, the 30-year-old from Barcelona. Chair A319 chilling on the taxiway. Looks like it's going to do an intersection departure on runway 16, not using the full runway length. And speaking of United, now pushing back the flight to Washington, 767 registered November 647 Uniform Alpha, delivered in March 1992. So 33 years old, and now I know why they are waiting there. We have a United 767 taking off here. Okay, that caught me by complete surprise. I think that was the Chicago flight because I saw it on the tarmac earlier, waiting, and yeah, let's me quickly check that out. But it must be the one to Chicago. Newark is, yes it is. Runway 34 departure, extraordinarily. Dann ZRH Aviation, erster Swiss A350, genau wissen wir noch nicht, wir wissen nur Anfang Oktober. Und Andrew, ja, das ist eine gute Idee, die Frage ist, ob das umsetzbar ist mit diesem Car. So, and I used this little break to update the weather info for you, because the last one is dated. Current, yep, that's from 11:20 local time, that's good. Local, that means 0920 Zulu time. Winds 350 degrees, 5 knots. Slight wind from the north in that case. and varying between 300 and 040. Visibility is still good, few clouds at 2,800 feet. Temperature 18 degrees, dew point still, no, a little bit higher, 11 degrees. And QNH unchanged, runways in use also unchanged, so that's it. Dann Lone Ranger, ja, es werden ältere Flieger ausgemustert, und zwar die A340 vor allem. Und die A350 wird zuerst nach Kurzstreckendestinationen eingesetzt, darunter Mallorca, Prag, Düsseldorf und was noch? Hannover, glaube ich. Und dann der erste Langstreckenflug ist nach Boston, genau. Stand jetzt zumindest. Then Grande Finale, welcome to the live stream, and I hope you enjoy it. Quite rather calm at the moment, but the next landings will follow in a few seconds, or a few minutes, better say. 130 likes, thank you very much for that. And the next heavy departures are also around the corner. We have a United 767, as I already said. 33 years old, just pushed back from the gate at Dock E, and also Singapore Airlines with a 777 has pushed back. We've seen this one landing earlier, like 3 hours ago or so. No, over 4 hours actually, it's already 12. Time flies once again, incredible. We're like halfway through the live stream, if my equipment doesn't fail me. I plan to stay until the Emirates A380 departure, shortly before 4 p.m. But until then, we have to be a bit patient. United is now taxiing, so next airplane's on the screen soon. And speaking of the A380, slightly delayed today, but only like 20 minutes. We'll be landing in about 1 hour and 45 minutes from now. Next landings, Helvetic Embraer 195 from Ljubljana, followed by a Swiss A320 Neo flying for Edelweiss Air from Varna. And then we have an A320 of Swiss flying for Edelweiss from Pristina. Yeah, inbound rush is not over precisely. But it will be accommodated by a few heavies at least, departing. Now it will be interesting to know which runway the Washington flight will take. After the Chicago United 767 has taken runway 32. 34, I think. Let's see. So let's take a look at the next landing. Something we haven't seen at all today, a Helvetic Embraer 195. This is the Swiss A320neo from Varna, flying for Edelweiss Air. And United to Washington is now taxiing out on taxiway Echo towards runway 16. So no runway 34 departure. Not that the runway 34 would be bad or anything, we would see it nevertheless, but less screen time. That's a close-up one, but I try it. So I'm going to quickly focus on this tree there. Well, I hope this didn't burst your ears, sorry. United 767 should appear behind the trees any second, or like you see already the wingtip, or the winglet, better say. Very small airplanes on final right now, so I think we focus on the old lady over there. Doch, ZRH Aviation. Edelweiss hat genug eigene Flugzeuge. Sie ergänzen sich lediglich mit Swiss, je nach Bedarf. Gino, no, tomorrow I'm not streaming. Tomorrow is work time. Und Lone Ranger, danke. So, here we have the United 767. We've already seen a few of those today. Okay. Let's see whether they have to wait or can line up directly. Looks like they have to wait, as expected. Yeah. And the reason why they have to wait, I can actually show you that another time for those who have joined us a little later. Currently there's landing traffic on runway 14 and the missed approach route crosses the departure routes out of runway 16. And this is why you cannot have both at the same time. So United has to wait now until there is a gap in the approach sequence in order to avoid the potential collision points of those routes. So those corridors have to be kept free, of course. Ja, ZRH Aviation, das ist klar, wenn du gleichzeitig nicht auf der 16 und der 28 starten kannst, weil die Pisten sich kreuzen. Und das mit den Flugrouten ist noch mal ein bisschen spezifischer. Ein Thema, das nicht ganz so offensichtlich ist, wenn man es nicht kennt. Und Jukoral, ja, 28, die wird verlängert. Wir wollen hier mindestens 50.000 Abonnenten sehen. Ja, das wäre cool. Das wäre cool. Naja, ein bisschen mehr als die Hälfte haben wir schon geschafft. Yeah, absolutely right, Andrew. There was a vote here in Switzerland, or in Canton of Zurich, about the extension of runways 32 and 28. And the people said yes, so those two runways will be extended. Runway 32 from 3,300 to 3,500 meters, and runway 28 from 25 to 2,900 meters. United is lining up. Expect late landing clearance. Does that mean that the spacing is a bit too close? Yeah. Depending on how quickly this one is off. This should be enough, so I think there is no risk for a go around here. we have Austrian Airlines on final for runway 14 inbound from Vienna. And then a Swiss A320neo from Tirana in Albania. Since we are waiting for the United departure, I think we're going to have a look at the Austrian Airlines landing. In the meantime,
Dynamic Texas 125 up, 4 miles and 1 port. 215 Papa, hello, what is available?
slight ballooning there. And nailed it down. I think this was the ground effect. And United will have to wait for another few minutes actually, because there's no landing traffic at the moment. Although one more and then there's a little gap. Let's see where this gap is big enough. Ja, ZRH Aviation, das stimmt. Wahrscheinlich werden dadurch ein paar mehr Langstrecken auf der 28 rausgehen, sobald die verlängert ist. Das ist durchaus möglich. Vor allem auch jetzt, wo die A350er kommt. Die haben ja eine recht gute Startperformance. Und die Edelweiss, die geht ja heute schon recht häufig über die 28 raus, auch auf der Langstrecke. Das könnte für uns Spotter durchaus zu einem Nachteil werden. Zumindest solange der Spotterhügel wegbleibt. So, United, is it moving or not? Okay, there was departure traffic on runway 28. And now the question, is the gap big enough or not? Yes, it is. Takeoff for United 53 to Washington. And you can see Singapore Airlines has just appeared behind the trees there, next heavy departure. That's a long takeoff run for United there, but that's not unusual. And for the next landings we have Swiss from Porto, an A220, and another A320 of Swiss, so nothing that we haven't seen yet, so I think we keep focusing on a 777 there. Das stimmt, Long Ranger, so Kompromisse muss man immer machen. Wobei auch die A350 wird auf die 16 gehen, wenn die vollgeladen sind im Sommer. In der Nebensaison wird es interessant, wenn sie nicht so voll sind. Singapore 777. Until 2007 we had their 747-400s daily. Then they switched to the 777. for 3 years. Sometimes even with 2 daily flights. They can line up already. Okay. And then in 2010, summer schedule, March 2010, they switched to 1 daily A380 flight. And nowadays, since COVID, we have their 777s again. And I think the main difference is that Swiss was not flying to Singapore back then, when they used to be 2 Singapore Airlines flights. Singapore is lined up, and it seems like they will depart in like 30 seconds-ish, because there's another gap in the approach sequence. Yeah, although that's 1 minute. The current one on approach is a bit further out still. Well, Elvis, welcome to the live stream. I hope you enjoy the show here. Ja, Lone Ranger, das wird wohl der Grund sein. Wir hatten ja die Singapore A380 eine ganze Weile, aber die ist nach Covid nicht mehr zurückgekommen, leider. Ich vermisse sie sehr. Etihad kam nie mit der A380. Etihad instead has now 2 daily flights to Zurich, actually, one in the morning and one in the evening. They could put them together to 1 daily A380 flight, probably. However, Etihad is following a different strategy. They have ordered smaller aircraft as well from the A320neo family. So, and I assume that the Singapore can now depart because next landing traffic is quite far out. Yeah. Take off for flight 345 to Singapore. How is it with the heat haze today? I see it is a bit stronger than other days, but it doesn't look too bad, at least on my screen, although I have only a very small screen depending on where you're looking from. Okay, and here we have the 777 climbing out. We'll do the left turn momentarily and then depart to the east. So, and we have more traffic, departing traffic on runway 16 coming up, but it's not heavy. It's 2 Air Baltic A220s. And yeah, Andrew, that's true. Singapore has scrapped some of their A380s, similar like Korean Air. And Gino, I'm going to stay until the Emirates A380 takeoff at 3:30 p.m.-ish. So 3 more hours, most likely. Pierino, da stimme ich dir vollkommen zu. A380 imposant, aber ästhetisch eigentlich ein potthässliches Teil. So, now the first of 2 Air Baltic A220s show up behind the trees. The second one is following right behind. And we are now slowly but surely awaiting the heavy airplane departure rush. We had the inbound rush earlier. And we are awaiting the departures now. However, this will take a few more minutes. So the perfect time for you to do a lunch break maybe, or maybe enjoy lunch in order to be fully energized for the second half of the stream. Direct lineup for this Air Baltic. But they won't depart yet. There is an Airbus A320 of Edelweiss on final with the new livery. And the first heavy of the departure rush is already on the screen. It's a Swiss A330 to Delhi. Let's see when this one will start to move. So there you have the first one of the Air Baltic, and the second one is chilling there on the taxiway. The one on the runway goes to Bucharest, and the one to the left on the taxiway is departing to Brindisi in Italy, if I'm not mistaken. And I guess they will receive takeoff clearance once the Edelweiss A320, now on short final, has touched down. So let's take a look at that one. It has the new livery. This one is landing from Calvi. Assume that now those A320s can depart, and since they have a very short takeoff run, I think I can leave it from this perspective here. Yeah, this will be enough. So you can have a look while the one is accelerating, the other one is lining up. Just worked out somehow. And here we have the second one. Well, Andrew, yes, absolutely right. A380 800 is the only version that flies, and this was actually supposed to be the shorter version originally, but the longer one was never built. And Benneth, yeah, I would have hoped for the A350, so I'm quite happy. And I kind of also am favoring the A330neo over the Dreamliner. The A350 is in large portions now replacing the, or completely replacing the remaining A340s. However, 4 remaining A340s and 10 A350s on order. I am really interested in how the remaining A350s currently on order will be integrated into the fleet. I haven't read something official about that yet. Like, will it be some A330s which get replaced in order to increase capacity on some routes, or this is still to be determined, actually, according to my knowledge, at least. And the A340, I will miss this one a lot, absolutely. Even though we only had the 300 here, but the -600 always was a great one. Yeah, Elvis, I have a lot of locals here in the live chat speaking German, but I keep the standard language in the stream itself when it's about the air traffic in English, such that everyone can follow. Then Xerexon2K, welcome to the live stream. And I hope you enjoy the show. I hope you're not having a too stressful day. Yeah, that's the challenge when you have... I was thinking a lot about whether I should stream in English or German or both. I'm trying to find some kind of a mix here by answering the questions in German, mostly in German, but keeping the regular language in English. Because I have quite an international community, I know that, so I decided to keep it mostly on English. Has the disadvantage that the locals probably would prefer German. However, yeah, at some point you need to make a compromise. So, and in the meantime, we are waiting for the next traffic here, and what the hell is going on over there? We have a missed approach, as it looks, right? That looks very weird. Wait, I quickly show you. There's an SAS A320. I hope my autofocus doesn't let me down now. There. It looked like it was climbing quickly, and now it's rapidly descending, kind of. It looked very weird, anyway, but yeah. It looked like a missed approach quickly, but Yeah, where is it now? Dang it, here it is. Or maybe it was just an angle issue, but it was way higher than normally, at least. 180C, I didn't hear anything because all this seemed like it happened before he checked in on the tower frequency. That would have been interesting to know, but well. And the Swiss flight to Delhi, the A330, has been pushed back in the meantime, so we are waiting for that one. And I am now going to try out my charging device in order to make sure that I survive until shortly before 4 p.m. And I hope that this works, of course. Going to start with the cell phone and then later I continue with the streaming box. Let's see where this works. Yep, that works great. So the Swiss flight to Delhi is taxiing, so I think we will focus on that one afterwards. Another ACE Embraer of Helvetic touching down right now, but we have had so many of those. I will focus on the Swiss A330 afterwards. Zurich is international anyways, yeah, that's true though. Yes, Andrew, that would be nice, the flight data of this SIS, what they did on short final. Looked like a small climb phase and then they pull it down again, at least from my perspective. So, and we are waiting for the A330 to Delhi. Should appear behind the trees in a few seconds. This A330 marks the beginning of the departure rush, even though most of the others will follow a bit later, but at least we have something to look at. And then it's like, yeah, the next hour is very busy. And we also expect then the Emirates A380. Which is of course one of the highlights today, as always. So now you can see already the wings of the A330, I guess. Yeah, it appears now behind the trees. And we have an A321 to Naples of Swiss, also taxiing to 16. Yeah, like those narrow bodies, which now take 1.6. Those are candidates for runway 28 then, once this is extended. But also shorter long-haul flights, like the one to the North American East Coast, for example. Direct lineup for the A330. No, they will probably get takeoff clearance immediately. There's nothing on final right now, unless there is departing traffic on runway 28, and I think I will switch the ATC frequency again. The spotter-friendliest airport? Good question. Zurich is great, of course. Corfu is great. Frankfurt is great. Munich is also nice. But in terms of the mix of locations and traffic, I'd probably put Frankfurt on number 1. Thank you very much, Andrew, for the data analysis of the SIS flight earlier. And Levin and Andrew, also have a great rest of the day and enjoy your bike ride, Andrew. Well, we have a look at this A330 takeoff. Followed by the A321. Second black screen of the day. That's what happens when there's not much going on and you forget about the battery saving mode. Well, and we have an A321 going to Naples. Yeah. Then we have also some landings coming up, but the heavy airplane departure rush will be like 15 more minutes, I guess. Usually they wait and then all of a sudden they send out all of them at once. Let's see whether it will be like this today as well. lots of people on this parking area behind of me. Probably all waiting for the A380, which will land in about an hour from now. That's a long takeoff run for an A321. And up and away. So, what do we have on final or on the approach sector? We have Edelweiss with an A320 from Djerba in Tunisia, followed by Iberia Regional, operated by Air Nostrum from Rostock. That's a weekly charter flight. Then Croatia Airlines with an A220 from Dubrovnik. And also Iceland Air is close by from Reykjavik, and also British Airways. Speedbird, nice. So I think we will use these arrivals to cover up the time until the next heavy airplanes depart, which is only a matter of time. Let's see. Montreal is on flight radar for 12:45, which is now, so could be that this departs as well. Then Dubai too, so they could start moving any minute. So we are ready for it, that's for sure. But next we have the Edelweiss A320. Let's get a close view on that. You can see in the background there the tail fins of the Swiss heavies. All of them will depart within the next, let's say until 2 p.m. if they are on time. Oh, Amsterdam, I completely forgot about that as a spotter-friendly airport. Sorry, that is number one. Like, how can I forget about that? Jesus Christ. Of course, the polder ban. And yep, I was also departing from Polderban when I was there in April. And that taxi was quite long. So next we have the Iberia Regional from Rostock. Quite an interesting one actually, we don't get this every day. Interesting from a plane spotter's perspective at least. I know you guys are waiting for the big boys, but no worries, they will come. Well, thank you Elvis for tuning in today, and maybe see you later or next time. Would be happy to welcome you again in one of my streams. All right, Montreal flight, an A330 is now on the screen, or on the flight radar display. So we expect more heavy aircraft action very soon. And that means also the Dubai flight should show, yeah, as I speak, Dubai is also on the screen. So 2 more A330s coming up in a few minutes. That's nice. But until then, we have some stuff on final which we have not seen yet today, like the Croatia Airlines A220, also a 737 MAX 9 of Iceland Air. I would have preferred the 757, but okay, I take the MAX as well. And then we have Speedbird from London with an A320 Neo. That's the next landings here. And the A380 of Emirates is still 1 hour out. Okay. Yeah, it takes usually some time until this A380 is here. Especially in the summer. In the winter schedule, it is scheduled 1 hour earlier. Similar to Singapore Airlines and Cathay Pacific. They all depart earlier in the winter, which is kind of good because it distributes the action a bit. In summer, everything is pretty much concentrated in rather short time frames. Which is good as well, like then you have really busy hours, but also some very calm times, like as we have seen already today. I mean, like right now, if we wouldn't have these arrivals here, we wouldn't see nothing pretty much. And that's not ideal for a live stream at all. Okay, Montreal and Dubai are pushing back. 2 A330s. Montreal operated by Hotel Bravo Juliet Hotel Juliet, and Dubai by Hotel Bravo Juliet Hotel Golf. So we start to settle for the departure rush. And those are the A330s only. There are tons of 777s as well. Also other airlines, of course. We have only seen Swiss so far. Talking about the official departure rush, like Singapore Airlines and United. The ones we have seen before, they're like outside of this rush. What do we have here? A very small one. That means I need a lot of zoom. It's like a Cessna or something. Cessna Citation, I'd say. I wonder how it looks from the cockpit when you are that low, like the landing gear, as you can see, is very low to the ground. And then you have this 60 meters wide runway. If you're used to an A320 or A330 even, which is way higher up, I think this is quite a difference. So next is Iceland Air and then British Airways. Pierrido, you're absolutely right. Dubai is a candidate for runway 28. However, today it looks like, at least for now, that it will take runway 16, which is good for us.
55 module 311.
And here we have the Iceland Air 737 MAX. Max 9, not the 8. And all I wish for when it is about Iceland Air, that they paint one of the new jets with the old, like the old special liveries they had on the 757s. Then Dave, welcome to the live stream, and yes, I am Swiss. At least to 75%. I have ancestors in Austria as well. Und Matthias, die 747, die ist sehr selten hier leider. Vielleicht ab und zu ein Frachter oder ein Regierungsflieger, aber sonst nix. Die Zeiten sind leider vorbei. Next up, Speedbird A320 Neo from London Heathrow. The A380 has like more than double the wingspan of this thing here. So you can already imagine how this will look when this huge bird is touching down right in front of us on runway 14. But we will have to wait a little bit for that. Then Power is in the chat as well. Welcome. Skyview Planes as well. Welcome to you guys. Welcome to the live stream. I hope you enjoy it. And we are approaching 150 likes already. That's great. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's bring this up to 150 as soon as possible, shall we? And I have a look on the flight radar and see that Dubai and Montreal flights, they are taxiing to runway 16 here. We have first the one to Montreal, followed by the one to Dubai. Those are most of the times the first two, along with the one to Delhi. And once those are out, mostly all the others will follow as well. No airplanes on approach as far as I can tell. So I expect a immediate lineup, at least, and maybe even an immediate departure. And look at that, two A330s right behind each other. Very nice. That's what we have been waiting for here. Okay, line up and wait, runway 16 as expected.
AGK go to departure, thank you, ciao.
Ah, interesting. I quickly zoom out a little, then we can observe something. You can see there an A321 to the left, doing an intersection departure from taxiway Charlie Echo 3, that is, And it looks like they are lining up simultaneously there, like the A330 to the right, and behind the second A330 there's the A320 Neo, not Neo, but you know what I mean. You can see him now appearing behind the A330 to the left. Both on the runway right now. The A321 will depart first, followed then by the A330 to Montreal. Always interesting to observe. And we have the next super chat. Wait, that was the wrong one. Shit. Because my box hasn't updated yet. That's great. Wait a second. Here it is. Super chat from Pierito. Thank you very much for your support. I highly appreciate that, man. And I'm glad that you enjoy my stream so much. Do I hear this correctly? That the one to the left is taxiing. That means that the one on the runway should depart now. Should. Maybe? Oh, not yet. No. Takeoff clearance received. And now we will see it accelerating while the other A330 gets right in front of him. This will look very nice. Here we go. Up and away for the Montreal flight, and Dubai is already on the runway, or the Dubai flight, in position on the threshold of runway 16, and we'll follow him momentarily. And as soon as we have some heavy aircraft action, the people are joining here. That's great. Welcome everybody, and enjoy the show here. Nice Sunday early afternoon at the Zurich Airport. And we are just about to witness the early afternoon departure rush, and also the Emirates Airbus A380 landing is pending during this hour. Clouds around here. They're getting a bit more numerous now. So maybe I should update the weather afterwards. Wonder whether this is broken or still few. Now that it's at least broken status, like more than 1/4 of the sky. Let's see. Then El Pasado, welcome to the live stream. Glad that you could join. And Lone Ranger, my favorite location here at the airport to do plane spotting. That's hard to tell. There are many great ones. I like this one actually for landings, quite good. Then for the afternoon I would go to the other side, but I can switch the position when I'm streaming, obviously. But once the corn field has been leveled, I will also stream from the other side again. The observation stack is very nice, of course, like last week. There are numerous great spots here. It just depends on what you are looking for. So, a little break, so I will take the chance to update the weather. And this weather was from 10:50 Zulu, which is only 15 minutes ago. This report said winds from 080 degrees at 5 knots, varying between 030 degrees and 200 degrees. Visibility good, yeah, and now the cloud report says scattered at 3,600 feet. Temperature we have 20 degrees and dew point 10. Is that right? Yeah. QNH 1020 remains unchanged, no significant changes. Landing runway 14, departing runways 16 and 28. Landing now on 14 is a Gulfstream. I had to sacrifice this, unfortunately, to give you proper weather data. All right, and the next heavy is pushing back, people. It's a Swiss 777 to Tokyo. Registered Hotel Bravo, Juliet, November, Charlie. And Sergio, welcome to the live streams and greetings to Portugal. And Rene is also joining the show here. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy it. You have been at my location, you say? Good choice. One of my most frequently visited spots actually here. So when Tokyo is pushing back, that's often the start sign. Yeah, and we have Washington, an A330 to Washington also taxiing. So more heavy aircraft jets are coming up very soon. And Lone Ranger, I agree. If I would get a private jet, if I had the money, I would get a Gulfstream actually, a G650. Just a stunning looking jet, and has the advantage that you can land pretty much everywhere with it on shorter runways. You don't have to go to larger airports like Zurich or whatever, which has a long runway. You can also go to Bern or to Altenrhein, some remote places. And it just looks great. I don't know. A really, really nice aircraft. And now maybe one of you guys know in the chat the difference between scattered and broken cloud coverage. Which one means that there is more clouds? I'm not sure at the moment. Right now they have scattered, like reported scattered cloud coverage. If I should estimate that, this looks pretty much like half of the sky. It's right at the border of between scattered and broken, but now I don't know which direction I should go. I Google it quickly. Okay, broken indicates cloud coverage greater than 4.8 and less than 8.8. Okay, cool. So we have scattered, that means we have less than 4.8s, that's okay. And few would be 2.8s or 1/4. Good. Little refresher for me in that regard. And I zoom in because the A330 to Washington is now appearing behind the trees. And the 777 to Tokyo is taxiing as well on taxiway Delta. And will appear on screen very soon as well. Then we have MMACV. I think I have seen you in the chat as well in earlier streams, so welcome back. Glad that you could join again. And you would like to own a vintage Shorts 360 or a BAE 146. That's nice. I remember the times of the BAEs here at Zurich, or Avro RJs 100 of Swiss. And we also had British Airways and Air France. Lufthansa also had some of those. Those little quad jets were very nice indeed. And then the Fokker 100 of Helvetic, of course, back in the days in all pink. Oh man, childhood memories coming up. And even we had an airline called Hello. They were flying MD-90s. Then they replaced them by A320s and went bankrupt or ceased operations like in 2013 or 14. I don't remember exactly when. Then Geraldo, bom dia and greetings to Brazil. Glad that you could join the stream. Right on time for the heavy aircraft departure rush here. So, I quickly go over again because the 777 to Tokyo is appearing behind the trees as well. The first 777 of Swiss in this departure rush, and there are quite a few to follow, let me say that. But they're still waiting with the others. Oh, I can already see it, and then all of a sudden they send out all at once, creating a huge queue at runway 16. It's always the same thing. Yeah, and heavy aircraft action means that people are joining again to the stream. Welcome to everybody who has joined recently. And if you enjoy it, hit that like button. This would help me a lot. Thank you very much. We are currently at 153. That's great. Thank you very much, everybody. And Yanis is also here. Welcome. And greetings to Athens. I read your comments under my regular videos quite a lot, and now you made it to one of my streams. Happy to see you here. So we have a 777 here, and the A330 to, where is this one going again? To Washington, exactly. Washington now lining up. Oops, that sounds like some empty batteries in my ATC scanner. Oh, you know what, I quickly changed them before they completely die out. So, task executed. Then Eliezer, I have no idea how to pronounce his name, I'm sorry. No, the A380 has not landed yet. It will land in about 30 minutes from now. According to the latest status, I can quickly see where it is, above Austria, landing in 36 minutes from now. So, next two heavy departures just around the corner. 777 is now taxiing forward to the holding position of runway 16. Right over there, the one to Tokyo. And has received a lineup and wait behind command, meaning that as soon as this A330 is moving, they can line up on the runway without further clearance and taxi to its position for departure.
Runway 16,
Swiss 72 has now takeoff clearance, so we take a look how this A330 departs. Seven continues now taxiing onto the runway.
go ahead, exactly.
Up and away to Washington. Let's go back to the runway beginning where the Tokyo flight is now lining up. So, also taxiing towards runway 16 is El Al with a 737 to Tel Aviv, and we also have another 777 pushing back to Miami.
Runway 16, take off, please, 160. Yeah, we'll try our very best. About,
Take off for flight 160 to Tokyo. There you can see the El Al. And Flight 160 is airborne, climbs out. Departure to the east most likely. And here we have El Al on its daily noon flight to Tel Aviv. Dann ZRH Aviation, willkommen zurück. Schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. Perido, ja, hast du geschrieben. Tokio ist ein nächster Langstreckenflug. Jetzt hast du gesehen, wie er von außen aussieht. Und ich hoffe, deine Vorfreude ist jetzt ein bisschen größer. So, and El Al has to wait for departure. I can quickly show you this again for those who have joined us later. We have currently landing traffic on runway 14. You can see the orange reddish line, and then the dashed line is the missed approach path, and the blue lines are the departure routes out of runway 16, and as you can see, those lines cross each other, and that's why you can either have runway 14 landings or runway 16 departures, but not both at the same time. So we have landing traffic, KLM from Amsterdam. Taxiing aircraft too. Yeah, I think that's a 777 to right? Yeah, looks like it. But one of them is 777 to Miami. And we have El Al lining up on runway 16. Two more landings first. First we have Top Air Portugal from Lisbon and then SAS from Oslo. Dann Lone Ranger, ja, die 747 von Iron Maiden habe ich damals gesehen, das war glaube ich 2016. Das war ein sehr tolles Highlight. And here we have Top Air Portugal from Lisbon.
Bravo, Yankee, Cuckoo.
A321neo today, unfortunately not with the retro livery. So let's keep an eye on the El Al, but they will have to wait for the SAS. Duke, yes, El Al aircraft have the anti-missile systems on board as far as I know, like the flare system. Special equipment, I'm not sure whether all aircraft, but most of them, as far as I know at least. So, now we wait for the SAS A320 Neo from Oslo. Okay, you heard it on the ATC scanner. All has now takeoff clearance, so let's take a look. I can already see the next heavies appearing behind the trees. Swiss Flight 64, no, 54, an A330 to Boston. So we can actually track the ELAL and then this will lead directly into the site of the A330 on the screen. Here we go. That looks quite cool. And there's another airplane coming up behind the trees, which should be the 777 to Miami. Yeah. It's always two at the same time so far.
25955, thank you, that's right.
Yeah, you can line up directly, does not have to wait. We have no inbound traffic at the moment. Wait, or not. Strobe lights are on, but he has stopped on the taxiway there.
Thank you.
And we have both actually now waiting right behind each other, or like next to each other. There are two taxiway entries, Echo 1 and Echo 2. And more airplanes are pushing back. We have Air Canada to Toronto, also Swiss to San Francisco. United to San Francisco is also on the screen, so it gets busy the next hours, or next minutes better say. Then Rakesh, welcome to the live stream. Glad that you could join. I hope you enjoyed the show. Okay, we have another landing first, which is an Edelweiss A320 from Heraklion. Let's have a look at that one first.
16, Sachtler ACE 350.
Let's see. The 777 is lining up first. Despite the A330 was there quicker, but I guess that's why they put the A330 to the holding position Echo 1, which is closer to us from our perspective. You could see the 777 behind the A330 before. 777 was holding at Echo 2. And again we have another Swiss flight, short-haul flight, an Air Baltic A220 further down on the runway for an intersection departure on the runway 16. Oh! Can you believe it? It looks like Air Canada is taking off on runway 16 today. Wow. And we have a Gulfstream 600 on approach. I'm going to show you that in the meantime. Here it is. Oh, and I just see that my camera battery is slowly but surely coming to an end as well. I have a reserve one, no worries, but okay, do you know what? I quickly changed that one because otherwise I will have to do it in the middle of the rush afterwards. This will take like 30 seconds. Okay. Black screen for 30 seconds. What should I do in the meantime? I quickly show you the overlay. And you should still hear me talking in the meantime. So, new battery goes in. It's actually quicker than 30 seconds. Okay. That works. Screen goes off, and here we are again. That was efficient, I'd say. Just in time for the next takeoffs on runway 16. Because we have more traffic coming up. Air Canada departs with the 777-200LR on runway 16. That's very rare, actually. We are lucky. I would have preferred this last week when we were on Dock B, but well, better than nothing, right?
16 clear for takeoff, strike.
Lone Ranger, next time I use a stopwatch when I do the battery change. And then like trying to beat my time every like every occasion. Like that was at least 15 seconds or so. Let's see whether I can do it in 10 next time. So that's the Miami flight, right? Yeah. There you can see Air Canada coming up behind the trees. Whilst we have the A330 to Boston. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yep, Boston. And correction, the one that we... No, it is actually, sorry. It is the Air Canada, followed by the Swiss 777 to San Francisco. That's a flight I've taken back in 2020, shortly before the pandemic outbreak. Takeoff, runway 16, and so it is. And this will look pretty cool now, as this one lifts off with two 777s on the taxiway. Watch out for that. So now the two 777s come into the frame and it will rotate right behind those. Yes, exactly. Very nice. So here we have two 777s of two different variants. Air Canada, the 777-200LR, and the Swiss with the 777-300ER. The LR is the ultra long range variant of the old 777 generation. And therefore it's kind of interesting that Air Canada sends those to Zurich, because across the pond is actually quite a short hop for that thing. Qatar Airways, for example, one example of many, uses this aircraft between Doha and Auckland, for example, which is a 16-hour flight.
Canada, we line up at runway 16 behind by
they can do a lot longer flights.
Roger, with 1
While we see here the heavy departure rush, I also saw on flight radar that the A380 is getting closer. Let's see. 19 more minutes. That's not long. And the first Edelweiss A350 is also taxiing to Vancouver. Let's see whether it takes runway 16 or 28.
Roger, Canada 81.
Then also on the screen we have Delta with the A330 to JFK. We have Swiss with the A340 to Seoul. That will be a very long departure run. And still the United to San Francisco. And is this one even pushing? No, it's not. So, what is the A350 of Edelweiss doing? 16 or 28? Let's hope for 28. By the way, we expect another A350 landing. Scoreboard for the battery change pit stop. Yeah, why not? Would be entertaining for you guys. I keep this in mind. Oh, we have landing traffic on runway 14, that's why they're waiting. Okay. And no, Swiss has not ordered 777X. I could actually show you this landing. Even though it's not a heavy, it is a chair A320, but still. Touchdown, spoilers, reverse green, diesel. So, how the trip is doing over there? Is there another one landing? Edelweiss goes on runway 28. Dang it. Okay, well. Yes, there is landing traffic. Oh, now I see it. Bombardier Challenger 350. Yeah, well, I think we spare that one. And keep waiting for the heavies over there. Air Canada is registered Charlie Foxtrot November Hotel, was delivered in February 2008, so 17 years old already. Or rather one of the older ones of the 200 LRs, and although how long have they been built, that's another question, but the 300 ER and 200 LR, so to speak, the newest variants as far as I know when it comes to the old 777 generation, so 17 years is quite a good age compared to others at least. Okay, now we have a gap in the approach. This could be enough to let those 777s fly. Okay, so Swiss has already switched on the strobe lights. That means Air Canada should start moving. Yeah, here we go. Takeoff for Air Canada flight 881 to Toronto. Now the Swiss flight to San Francisco comes into the frame. I would like to have this occasion again when I am on Dock B, because I would love to show you the 777 of Air Canada from there as well. And here we have San Francisco. I remember this very well. That was actually my first long-haul flight. I don't remember the registration of the airplane though, but, well, and the approach into San Francisco was just stunning. We came in from the north, across the Golden Gate Bridge, and then flew by the city center. Like south of the city center, I could see the entire city from above. That was amazing. One of the best approaches I've ever had.
Runway 16, left 1 echo.
So, takeoff for Swiss flight 38 to San Francisco. And in the meantime, the next one is already coming up. It's an American Dreamliner to Philadelphia. 787-9, we have seen it landing earlier. And now it departs again. Back home across the pond to the US. My return flight from California was then from LA. And that was also quite impressive, a nighttime departure. And seeing LA at night from above, that was also quite nice, to say the least. So Delta has pushed back, Swiss to Seoul has pushed back an A340, Shanghai is ready as well. More heavy aircraft action coming up. Then Captain T, B777, you just saw third black screen of the day, dang it. Last stream I had 0. Sorry about that. You're watching from Toronto, greetings to Toronto and welcome to the stream. And well, we've just seen Air Canada departing a few minutes ago on runway 16, 777-200 LR. And well, the thumbnail also features this plane, so that suits quite well. And Delta looks like it also departs on runway 28. I don't like that. Well, and now, where is the A380? Landing in 8 minutes from now. Ooh. Yeah, we have a few other landings in the meantime. Like Bombardier Global 5000. I think I'm going to show you that one for sure. And then I think Edelweiss A350 is number 2 for departure. So I think I can show you the climb out of it at least. Global 5000.
By the way, runway.
American Airlines just got lineup clearance, if I have heard this correctly.
Contacting departure with Germany 7289 November, bye.
And Edelweiss is also lining up on runway 28, so we will see the A350 climbing out. The question is whether American can depart before the A380 landing. Okay, we have the A350 now on takeoff roll. I'll quickly go to the left afterwards. Seen it landing earlier. There is another one landing in about an hour or less than an hour. I can quickly check where this one is. Oh, 32 minutes. Nice. Well, and now we have quite a few ones coming up for departure. We have Thai with a 777 to Bangkok, then Seoul, Swiss flight A340, and also the United to San Francisco has been pushed back, so action-packed minutes ahead of us. There's one more landing and then I expect the American 787 to depart. And after the American 787 we will see the A380 landing. Okay, Emirates A380 turning on final as we speak. So we can fully enjoy the American 787 in the meantime, and then it's showtime. Oops, what was that? Showtime for the A380.
Take off runway 16 again.
Take off for American. Oops. Insects flying around me. I don't like that when I'm filming. I quickly ensure that the battery saving mode doesn't kick in again. Up and away for American Airlines to Philadelphia, American flight 903. Okay. And that means it's time for the Emirates A380. Now on final, we'll be landing in about 3 minutes. And I can already see it from here.
Departure American 93.
So, and while we watch the Thai 777 appear, that's very nice. In the meantime, the A380 registered A Alpha 6 Echo Echo Bravo, delivered in May 2012, so 13 years old. Slightly delayed. I hope this does not affect departure time. However, we will see. We have here Thai 777. Behind, I think this is the Swiss A330 to Seoul. They will have to wait until the A380 has landed, of course. Well, last week we brought the A380 to like the third most tracked flight on Flight Radar. Maybe we'll have another chance when it lands. Then Nguyen, welcome back to the live stream here. Greetings to Hanoi, great to see you again. So here we have the A340 to Seoul. Thai 777 lining up on the runway, so this one will depart right after the A380, I guess. And now, are you ready for the biggest passenger liner in the world? Here it is. Autofocus is not doing me a favor here, but now we're back.
9 Echo 2 waiting behind. 122. Runway 16 clear for the off 991.
Always a spectacular sight and no time to rest. Thai Airways has received takeoff clearance in the meantime. So we have a look, of course. The A340 now to the front. And there is more coming up behind the trees. This looks like United. Yep, United. Oh no, sorry, that's not United. Or wait, is it? First, yes, it is first United. United flight 45 to San Francisco. And also on the taxiway is Cathay Flight 382, an A350-1000 to Hong Kong, and an Edelweiss A340 to Calgary. So we will have enough action in the next minutes. And in the meantime, the Seoul flight A340 of Swiss has lined up on the runway.
2 and behind the 340 line up and wait, runway 16.
And there are more A340s coming up actually. Swiss flight 188 to Shanghai and also Edelweiss 4 to Tampa. Looks like we could have 3 A340 departures in a row after the Cathay. United and Cathay taxiing up. Dann Levin, schön dich wiederzusehen hier im Live-Chat und willkommen hier im Livestream. Und Grüße nach Vorarlberg. Vorarlberg. So, jetzt habe ich's. Hallo. Livestream von den Flugzeugen hier. So, and we can see behind the Cathay that there is Edelweiss coming up as well to Calgary, I think. Yes. And how about that lineup? 777, A350, A340. bit further to the right, we have the Swiss A340 to Seoul, which will be next for departure, I guess. He has to wait because of landing traffic. Okay. Let's get a view on all of those planes there. Yeah, well, it's a bit far around. That's how it looks. And this is the departure line behind the Swiss A340. ZRH Aviation, I don't know whether Swiss will put other special liveries on the A350 as well. There's nothing confirmed. But from the experience from the 777, I don't think so. The approach sector is clear, so I guess the Seoul flight can now depart. And now watch out for this shot when it passes all the other airplanes waiting behind him. And there's a second A340 coming into sight on the taxiway. And the third one. Oh man, this will be a great picture. So, takeoff for flight 122 to Seoul. And we are already 6 hours online today. That's a new record. I think I've never beaten 6 hours.
We're just redoing up. I need a couple of minutes. United, clear to line up and wait. Runway 16, campaign stage. United 405, based on the increase in wind, liquid performance data.
There's the United.
Up for United 405, we'll let you know.
Cathay, Edelweiss A340 followed by another A340 of Swiss. Look at that. And that's a long takeoff run in the background. Look at that. I love it. And that's a shallow climb out there. Would you look at this? And more heavies are actually coming up. Swiss 777 to LAX. And then the one to New York, an A330, is also still pending. And Daniel, welcome to the live stream and greetings to Sydney. And the third A340 is also already showing up behind the trees. Just a great sight there. A350 and in trail 3 A340s. That's 5 airplanes waiting now at runway 16 in total, including the United, which is already on the runway. Cathay seems to move forward a bit.
At a bar 5, wait on data, running at 340. 30 seconds, please, United 45.
And here's the United flight to San Francisco. Let's see whether they've reported something on ATC that they were not ready yet. Unfortunately, I don't hear all the ATC calls. I don't know what's going on with the scanner today, but it would be great to hear all of it, especially in such cases. The approach sector is clear, so...
4-5 with those current winds were unable. What do you need us to do?
Oh, unable, okay. Yeah, now I don't hear the tower, that's annoying, man.
Vacate by Echo 5 to the left.
Okay, he cannot depart. Vacate via Echo 5, that means he will taxi down the runway. And this will delay stuff here, of course. I'm wondering whether this has to do with the wind, since we have slight wind from the northeast today. Whether this is a performance issue. So maybe we see it departing on runway 34 later, or they can depart because of a technical issue.
We'll make sure we take left into Echo 5, copy all United 45.
Now we can see Cathay lining up or taxi forward to Echo 1. Stupid battery saving mode. And I can't switch it off, I think. It's default. Well. Okay, we have United taxiing down the runway. Cathay is lining up and the 3 A340s following. I can quickly zoom out a little. Look at that. 3 A340s right behind of each other. That's a picture which will be history very soon. And Story Beats, welcome to the stream, glad to see you again. Look at that. Swiss in the Edelweiss sandwich. Okay, United has vacated the runway. You can see them in the background. You have a Swiss 777 to LAX, by the way, joining the party. And that would mean that for Cathay, that's shiny there. Wow. I hope it doesn't distract my autofocus. Like the sunlight is reflecting there.
Takeoff, Cathay 382.
Okay, takeoff for Cathay 382 to Hong Kong.
Let's roll down to the last one.
Here we have A340 number 1. Now coming into the frame, number 2, which is the Swiss to Shanghai. And more heavy airplane. Like another A340 and a 777. Look at that. Nice. So, in position is the Edelweiss A340 to Calgary.
3-2.
Alexander, das war kein Rejected Takeoff der United. Die hat per Funk gemeldet, dass sie nicht starten können. Wir wissen noch nicht warum, oder wir würden es wissen, wenn mein ATC-Scanner alle ATC-Transmissions übertragen hätte, aber es sieht so aus, als ob der jetzt zur Piste 34 rollt. So United is now taxiing either to the maintenance area or to runway 34, given on what flight radar is showing. But since I heard the word unable for departure or takeoff somewhat in this direction, it could be that they really have to take off on runway 34. And the reason for that is the departure route out of runway 16 requires a higher climb gradient compared to the one on the runway 34, and this could be a reason. Then depending on changing wind conditions, etc., this can happen that they have to switch. Would not be the first time. So A340 to, which one is this? To Tampa, and 777 to LAX. And over there we have the A340 to Shanghai. So, takeoff for Swiss Flight 188 to Shanghai. And United want to go for runway 34, that's what I expected. So we will see a runway 34 departure. Interesting. A340 disappearing behind another A340, 777 also behind. And up and away. So, 777 to Los Angeles now on the runway, and I quickly check something on flight radar. Okay, Edelweiss A350 from Las Vegas, landing in 6 minutes. The United 777 is currently third most tracked flight on flight radar with over 1,000, but however, in the live stream here we have currently 138, so it's not all of them tracking the flight here in the stream, but whatever. Glad that you could join nevertheless. We are approaching slowly but surely 200 likes, that's great. Welcome everybody, and I hope you enjoy the show here. During this heavy aircraft departure rush, we have at least 3 more to go. And also the Edelweiss A350 landing. So takeoff for Swiss flight 40 to Los Angeles. Up and away, and next is the Edelweiss A340 to Tampa in Florida. Already got takeoff clearance. Let's see when the United will be departing. Probably they have to rebrief now and load the FMS again with the new departure routes, etc. Run the takeoff calculations. Man, not again. Yeah, this happens quite a lot today. Sorry about that. I'll quickly check afterwards whether I can switch this off. This is so annoying. Up and away to Tampa. Slow climb out there. Look at that. Very slow climb. Compare that to the 777 we had before. Wow. Okay. There's another one taxiing towards us, if I see this correctly. Oh, another 777 of Swiss to Chicago, and the Swiss flight to New York, an A330 is also still pending. So another 3 heavy departures, including the United. And we still are waiting. When I now switch on the menu, nope, you don't see that, that's good. Eco mode. Now switched off the eco mode. I hope that like this I don't have these annoying black screens anymore. We will see. So we have more heavy aircraft coming up. We have a United, the United 777 as well, but also Swiss 777 to Chicago. We have Swiss with a A330 to New York. Another Edelweiss A340, as I see, to Halifax, but that's usually a candidate for runway 28. Even though it's an A340, I know, but still. And also in close vicinity, we have the Edelweiss A350 from Las Vegas. This one is landing in 3 to 4 minutes. Pit stop failure, okay. Yeah, well, with the black screen, I can relate to that. United is, the 777 is really the most tracked flight at the moment. Number 2, on my screen at least. If only those people could join the live stream afterwards for departure, there would be 1,000 people. Yeah, Edelweiss flight to Halifax looks like going for runway 28 as expected. And United is now taxiing towards runway 34. And behind the 777 you see now the A330 to New York coming up. Edelweiss A350 is now number 2 for landing, and it looks like he will land before the 2 other heavies there currently on the screen. Next is the Edelweiss A350 from Las Vegas. It's the first one that they received. Hotel Bravo, India, Hotel Foxtrot. I quickly wait before it gets a bit closer. Are you ready for the second Edelweiss A350 of the day? You saw the first one landing in the morning, now the second one. Nice landing there. And the others are not moving yet. Maybe the United will be released first from the other side. Oh yes, it's already on the runway, okay. And there is one more airplane on final, which is a Royal Jordanian Embraer 195E2. And then we will get the 777.
Departure 5 Hotel.
United 777 on runway 34. I hope it doesn't climb out too quickly. Okay, I show you the Royal Jordanian afterwards. And then it looks like really, yep, currently tracked as number 3 on the world on flight radar, the United 777. But first we take a look at the Royal Jordanian Embraer. Okay, and now the United 777. I guess. Should be. Yep. You can see it moving already. Let's see how this works out with my tripod here, but let's see. It's a long time since I filmed the takeoff from this perspective here. Yep, the angle got a bit too steep there, but the climb out still looked nice, at least. Now we have the 777 of Swiss to Chicago, that is, I think. They have received takeoff clearance already, if I heard this correctly, yes. up and away to Chicago, and probably the last heavy of this departure rush is the Swiss A330 to New York. Although there's an A340 to Halifax. Yeah.
Departure for the Tango, no. Take off in 16,
Citizen Towel, great to see you again here. Welcome to the live stream. And also Kanu Verma, I've seen your name already as well. Glad that you could join again and enjoy the rest of the stream here. Up and away to New York JFK, and I think I will show you also the Halifax flight of Edelweiss, which is an A340 climbing out of runway 28. Kanu Verma, plane spotting from Harry Griddle. Nicht bevor der Hügel da ist, ehrlich gesagt, weil durch den Zaun zu filmen, das kommt nicht gut. Dann ZRH Aviation, vielen Dank, dass du so lange dabei warst heute, und dir noch einen schönen Sonntag und bis zum nächsten Mal. Edelweiss A340 has to wait, and this is now has also to do with this, but not really with the landing traffic on runway 14. If you have the departures on runway 28 to the west, those routes merge, of course, with the ones going out from runway 16. And I can quickly show you that. We see here, turning around, the New York flight, which we have just seen departing, coming back overhead like this long 270 degrees turn. And he has to pass like the airport overhead again before they let out departures on runway 28. But this should happen any second. Like there you see the A340 in position. And you should get takeoff clearance in a few seconds actually. Ja, die Löcher, die sind schön und gut, aber nur für Fotografen. Zum Filmen ist das sehr suboptimal und erst recht mit Stativ. And Lone Ranger, yes, they will do a new spotter platform. It was planned at least, but it hasn't been realized yet. And I hope that they will do that in the future. So, now we observe the last heavy departure of this departure rush on runway 28. Now behind the trees and the buildings, and will appear behind the trees any second. Here it is, off to Halifax. It's a new route apparently for Edelweiss. Oh. It's a flat climb there they will get some sound, that's for sure. Okay, that was the Halifax flight. Well, with the last heavy departure, the big waiting time for the Emirates A380 departure is beginning. Official departure time in 50 minutes. Pierino, vielen Dank fürs Einschalten heute, dass du heute dabei warst. Bis zum nächsten Mal und noch einen schönen Sonntag. Servus.
Frage.
Ja.
Bist du bei Instagram irgendwo oder spottest du?
Ja, Insta und YouTube tatsächlich.
Kann man das? Weil mein Sohn kommt gleich, der fliegt.
Ja.
Der landet gleich.
Landet gleich, okay. Sieh mal kurz, ich suche hier kurz meinen, wenn ich ihn finde.
Ich glaube, deine Bilder oder deine Aufnahmen sind besser wie meine.
Kannst du hier den QR-Code scannen, wenn du willst. Wir sind hier gerade live dabei. Also wir live übertragen. In welchem Flug sitzt der?
Von Mallorca.
Mallorca.
Ja.
Also hier haben wir Larnaca, Edelweiss.
15 Uhr.
15 Uhr.
Normal 14:40.
Ja, da unten sind ein paar. Mit der Swiss?
Ja, genau.
Okay, ja. Das ist in 26 Minuten gemäß Flight Radar.
Super, so lange bist du aber noch da.
Ja, bis da. Ich bald noch bis zum A380 heute.
Okay.
Jo.
Vielen Dank.
Ja, gern geschehen. Schönen Sonntag noch. So, we have Edelweiss A320s on final. One from Larnaca and one from Antalya. And well, since there is nothing else, I guess we will focus a bit on landings now. Please stick with me for the Emirates A380 later. And we also have, by the way, Qatar Airways with an A350 landing in about 7 minutes from now. And I hope that the Emirates is on time. Okay, 15:25. So currently it would be on time. That would be good. And then we would reach almost like 8 hours of streaming. That's a new record on this channel. And here we have an Edelweiss A320 inbound from Larnaca. Touchdown, spoilers, reverse green, diesel. Next, as I said already, also an Edelweiss A320 inbound from Antalya in southern Turkey. Then we have some smaller stuff, and they're Baltic flying for Austrian Airlines from Vienna, and then number 4 for landing is the Qatar A350 from Doha. First A320 of Edelweiss, and here comes the second one. So, I had a visitor before. Somebody asked whether I would stay longer, and he has somebody arriving from Palma de Mallorca suit on board of a Swiss A321neo. And of course I will show that one, landing in about 23 minutes from now, currently on descent over southwestern Switzerland. But we are first waiting for the Qatar Airways A350. Ja, Swiss 280, das sind keine schönen Witze. Diese bitte unterlassen. Wir wollen hier eine freundliche Atmosphäre im Chat haben. Ich weiß, ich habe auch generell einen etwas dunkleren Humor, aber ich halte mich da bewusst zurück hier, also. Lassen wir solche Witze in Zukunft bitte. So, Nguyen, I have no idea whether I pronounced his name correctly, from Vietnam anyways, just joined back in the stream here. On time for the Qatar A350. I can already see it in the distance. Registered Alpha 7 Alpha Lima Foxtrot, delivered in August 2015, so 9 years old. Don't like it when people are shown here, but sometimes you can't avoid it.
Contact departure, goodbye, 930 Lima.
Dann BOBZ, ich bin aus dem Aargau ursprünglich, aber aktuell bin ich in der Region Zürich unterwegs, das stimmt. Und Alexander, welche Probleme der A340? General problems with the Swiss A340s would be new to me. They are a bit older, but as far as I know, work quite well still. Here we have the Air Baltic flying for Austrian Airlines inbound from Vienna. So, and next is the Qatar A350. So, and yes, we have more heavy inbound traffic actually. So 2 Swiss flights from California, LAX and San Francisco, they arrive shortly after 3 p.m. usually. Right, now let's take a look at the Qatar A350 arriving from Doha. The second daily Qatar Airways flight. We have seen the morning flight departing, and now we see the afternoon flight arriving. It's the third A350 landing today, we see. I must correct myself, it was the 4th A350 landing. We've seen Ethiopian Airlines in the early morning as well. Oh. Okay. Of these wing problems I didn't hear of the A340. Good to know. A350, der Raccoon, indeed. Cornelia, willkommen zurück. Schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. Später dann auch für die A380, nehme ich an. Und Jens, well, tastes differ. Some prefer the A350, some the 777. I like both. Both very nice aircraft. But we will see some 777s landing later. Now we have a CRJ 1000 on approach for Lufthansa inbound for Frankfurt. That's actually rather rare. So let's take a look at that one. Although no, wait, first we have something else. Oh, let's take a look anyways. What is this? Gulfstream. That looks nice. An all black Gulfstream, man, should I film that one? That's a very nice livery for a private jet. Well, some people of you have mentioned the Air New Zealand all black livery to be one of the most beautiful airplane liveries. This wasn't Air New Zealand, but it was all black, so... So, and since I know that I have people waiting for the Palma de Mallorca flight here, maybe already, I don't know. Landing in 17 minutes. And the first 777 of the two from California, the one from LAX is first today, arriving in 29 minutes. So we will not get bored at all until the departure of the Emirates A380. We have the CRJ of CityJet flying for Lufthansa. Okie doke, now we have some smaller stuff. Like very small ones. Close Vicinity Condor for with blue stripes from Larnaca. And Eurowings from Düsseldorf. Also an A320. There we have another private jet. What's going on with the business jets today? Looks like another Gulfstream. Just in case, this time I switch on the camera. Another very nice Gulfstream. Cool. Nguyen, yes, currently 1.4 is used for landing and 2.8 and 1.6 for departures. I will use this little break there to update the weather for a final time. Let's see, what do we have here? 12:20 Zulu, that's 30 minutes ago. We have winds verbally or from variable directions. At 4 knots. Yeah, this one goes. Visibility is still good. Scattered clouds at 4,200 feet. A little bit higher than before, but okay. And we have temperatures 21 degrees. Feels a bit warmer in the sun, but okay. And dew point 11 degrees Celsius, of course. QNH 1019er. No significant change, and the runways remain the same. So there is another smaller one, no, 2 smaller ones. And then we have again some larger passenger liners, well, large is relative, but not like business jet size. The Condor A320 from Larnaca, the Eurowings A320 from Düsseldorf, and the Swiss A220 from London. And the Swiss flight from Mallorca will be here in 11 minutes. So, when we have reached over 200 likes today, thank you very much everybody, glad that you could join on this Sunday here at Zurich Airport. And we have, if we're lucky, 2 more 777 landings ahead of us. And of course the big highlight then, saved for last, the Emirates A380 departure. And until then, we just enjoy what we see. Departure time for the Emirates is in 30 minutes. And we are online already for almost 7 hours today. Time flies, incredible. Zoom out a little, you can observe the ones landing right now, the smaller ones. And once the Condor is getting closer, then take a closer look again.
Continue to left downwind, 100 great, number 1 hotel Zurich here.
Condor is coming in. I thought there is one more. The smaller business jets. Okay. The yellow stripes are called Yellow Sunshine livery, and this is the Deep Blue Sea livery, the blue one. I'm not sure, but something in this direction.
Still in 14, this is 46.
Then the next one
For the
is
number 1 hotel
A3... What is
Now this
that?
is 912.
Oh, the Yolobox, yeah, from Düsseldorf, true.
Number 2, this is number. Pretty much the line, baby, difference.
Okay. Next up is Swiss from London Heathrow, an A220. Then a PC-12, very small one. Then another A220, and then it looks like it's the flight stern from Palma. Number 4 for landing as it looks. Fear of flying, not really actually. Book vacations just to fly. Well, I can relate to that. Dann Jan Dreps, welcome to the live stream, and just in time for the Grande Finale later, 25 minutes time from now, scheduled the departure of the A380. So now there's a small one landing, and then the A220 from Alicante, and number 3 for landing now the A321 of Swiss from Palma de Mallorca. And the 777 from LAX is already 13 minutes out, so we will see this one very soon too. This is great to cover up the time until the A380 takeoff.
Thank you.
See a PC-12 crossing the screen. Flying IFR as it looks. Multiple A220s now in close vicinity. And then the 777 from LAX, depending on the radar vectoring, it could be even quicker than 13 minutes, but we will see. First flight at 2 years old. Well, that's young. I was 9, I think, when I flew the first time. It was to Palma de Mallorca. The A220 from Alicante. And next up is the A321neo from Palma de Mallorca. I know there are some people watching who have relatives on board this flight, so of course I'm going to show you that one. You can already see it. So I'll pan over momentarily and then we will have a look. So 777 from Los Angeles in 8 minutes now. First, the A321neo from Mallorca. Here it is. All right, welcome home to whoever is in there. And we are slowly but surely approaching the final countdown for the Emirates A380. Okay, 15:35 now according to flight radar, the mandatory 10-minute delay. But okay. Usually takes like until 4 p.m. until it's really at the runway. Another A220. From Thessaloniki in Greece. And the 777 from from LAX is number 3 for landing. And the one from San Francisco is already crossing Basel and should be here in around 15 minutes as well. That's a great chance to cover up the time until the A380 departure. And I'll quickly switch the frequency actually. To clearance delivery, such that we hear when the Emirates flight is ready. Given that all ATC transmissions are actually audible. All right. The next one is a Swiss A220 from Valencia, and then it's the 777 from Los Angeles. Registered Hotel Bravo Juliet November Foxtrot. Delivered in July 2016, so 9 years old. Gosh, they're soon getting 10 years old. That's insane. Feels like yesterday when they got the first one. And now they are starting to get A350s. And since you guys in the chat are discussing about the flight fear, etc., you may tell me also, what is the oldest airplane you have ever flown with? Das älteste Flugzeug, mit dem ihr je geflogen seid? I bet you cannot beat mine. Ich wette, dass ihr das von mir nicht übertreffen könnt. But let's see what you tell me in the chat. I will tell you mine after I got some insights from your experiences. The oldest airplane ever flown with. Storybeats MD-80, yeah, that's a nice one. Avro RJ, yeah, flown with that one as well. MD-80 I didn't. Storybeats, was that still with Crossair back in the days or another airline? So, while you write your experiences into the chat, it's 777 time from Los Angeles. once again, nice and smoky touchdown, as we are used to it from the 777. Okay, no spam in the chat, please. Thank you. Flug nach Kos with the MD-80. Yeah, this could be Crossair actually. Chances are quite high. Yep, bot messages. Actually, usually not the worst sign when it comes to reaching audiences, etc., or like channel popularity. They're usually only there where people are going, but okay. So next up, we have an Edelweiss A320 with the Help Alliance livery, inbound from Lanzarote, the Canary Islands. Then Pegasus from Istanbul, another Gulfstream, cool. And then the 777 from San Francisco is only 8 minutes out. Wow, super timing for the sneezing. Probably because of the farmer down there. He's mowing the grass. I like the smell of freshly mowed grass, but sometimes it makes me sneeze. I don't know why. So next is Pegasus. Then we have FlexJet with a Gulfstream 650ER. Looks quite nice. Then Air Baltic with an A220, and then the Swiss 777 from San Francisco. Danke. And then I unveil my oldest airplane. The oldest airplane I've ever flown with is a Lockheed Super Constellation of the Breitling Super Constellation Flyers back in 2014. And I'll never forget this experience. Unfortunately, this plane doesn't fly anymore. And if you want, after the stream of course, you might check out the video of this flight. I have a video of this Super Constellation flight on this channel. So in case you need more aviation content after this stream, you might want to check that out. Next is the Gulfstream, coming in from Farnborough. Then we have the Air Baltic, and then, as I said, the 777 from San Francisco. And then I hope we'll hear from the Emirates soon. We are online already almost 7.5 hours. Here we have the Gulfstream of FlexJet. Aviation Galaxy, great to see you again. Welcome to the live stream right on time for the Grande Finale. Yeah, the times of the Tante U are over, unfortunately. I got the chance to take a look at how they tried to refurbish them. Like from scratch pretty much, but unfortunately this wasn't enough. Und Marlon, willkommen an dich hier im Livestream. Und ich hoffe, ihr habt noch ein bisschen Spaß hier zum Schluss des heutigen Livestreams, wenn wir dem Emirates A380 zusehen werden beim Start. An A220 of Air Baltic. No, I am not leaving yet. We will wait for the A380, no worries. And also we have a Swiss 777 on short final inbound from San Francisco, registered Hotel Bravo Juliet November, India. Delivered in January 2018, 7 years old. So, in 5 minutes would be the official departure time of the Emirates A380. However, it will be a bit delayed, but we will see. By how much? 10-minute delay doesn't make me nervous yet. But anyways, first we have a look at the 777 here. Stupid zoom. Always nice to see this 777 landing here. Oh, and I forgot actually. We've had 3 super jets today so far, not 2. Thank you very much for that. Anyways, and also for the 210 likes so far. Thank you very much. And well, let's wait for the A380. Official departure time in 5 minutes, or 3 minutes even. Holy, so many business jets today, crazy. well, since there's nothing else, I'm going to show you the small business jets as well. What do we have first? Cessna Citation. Can't even see it properly on the screen. Here we go. So this one will probably glide down the entire runway. Oh no, he goes directly for a touchdown. There we go. Because they don't need too much runway. Voila. So, and the next one is a Challenger 604 of VistaJet. This one is a bit bigger. And then an A320 from Fuerteventura. That's where I was in summer vacation at the beginning of July. Which is already almost 2 months ago. Crazy how much time flies. Or how quick. Take a look at this Challenger, quite a frequent visitor here actually. Don't hear anything on the ATC about the A380, whether it is ready or not. Official departure time is now, but it's not on flight radar yet. (15:35) according to flight radar, so we will see. Another private jet, my goodness me. Vinam 300. I know this is not the stuff you're waiting for, but we have to live with whatever is showing up right now. So touchdown, will you? And next is the Edelweiss A320 from Fuerteventura. Followed by 2 more business jets, another Embraer Vinam from International Jet Management, and then what's that? Ooh, a Pilatus PC-24 of the actual Pilatus company. Interesting. Took off from their production plant in Bourges in central Switzerland. Okay, we'll have a look at this one as well. First we have the Edelweiss from Fuerteventura. know the lighting sucks now for landings from this side, but since we are waiting for the A380, we have to live with it. Hasn't appeared on flight radar yet. Und Marlon, Grüße an dich. Du gehst auf die Zuschauerterrasse. Ja, das ist ein guter Platz für den Start des A380. Und Stefan, willkommen an dich im Livestream. Und wenn ich das richtig verstehe, bist du auch schon mit der Superconic geflogen. Sehr cool. So, another Embraer Venom 300. And next we have the Pilatus PC-24, I guess, yes. Okay, now let's take a look at the PC-24. That's very close. But doable. Next is an EasyJet A319 from Olbia, followed by Condor with the breast cancer awareness livery in pink stripes from Frankfurt, and then a Vueling A321 from Barcelona. So the next one is the Condor. Emirates still not on flight radar, come on. I will will not give up, but I would be glad if he starts moving soon, because it has been a long day. Oh, first we have another Bombardier Challenger, another business jet. And then Condor. Ja, Cornelia, ich stehe hier, wann bin ich hier angekommen? Um 6:45 am Morgen war ich hier. Viel früher, als ich eigentlich musste, aber ich habe gedacht, genug Zeit fürs Aufbauen etc. Und ja, es brennt die Sonne doch schon ordentlich runter hier. Länger geschafft als du, und das am Sonntag. Aber naja, airplanes also fly on Sundays. Here we have Condor with the breast cancer awareness livery from Frankfurt. Okay. Still not on the flight radar. Next is Vueling from Barcelona. And I don't hear anything on the ATC scanner. That thing is completely letting me down today. However, compared to last week, the waiting time for the A380 is more entertaining here than on the observations deck, because on the deck you have pretty much nothing going on, and here you at least have some landings. So next is a Swiss A320 with Star Alliance livery, inbound from Geneva. Yeah, and then we have, actually, there's continuous inbound traffic at the moment. That's good. A380 1540. Okay, that will be in 3 minutes. Let's see whether this is true. And Eduardo, welcome to the live stream. And right on time for the finale grande, the A380 departure.
Okay, after that, go ahead. Follow behind the down the snake, the record on 016, take a 3 departure.
I heard runway 16, Degas 3 Whiskey departure. That could be the Emirates. Then Flying High Aviation, good to see you here. Welcome to the stream, right on time for the A380. Should be departing in a few minutes. Yeah, I've read some of your comments already under my regular videos, and I'm happy to see you here in my live streams as well. Must keep filming, must not give up. Next one, Helvetic Embraer 190 from Marseille in southern France. Those are already short-haul flights of the Swiss narrow-body fleet, which departed in the early afternoon and now coming back.
You can monitor out for the northern border.
121855. That's the northern frequency. Could be that this is the Emirates A380. I heard something about startup approved. Let's just hope that it is. So what's that for landing? We have Edelweiss from Tenerife, then Swiss from Malaga, 2 A320s, the Swiss is a Neo, and then the second Icelandair of the day from Reykjavik, this time a Max 8, not a Max 9. Okay, we have now 340. According to some infos here, the A380 should now be moving, but we heard something on the correct frequency, which they would report on, but I see nothing moving over there. Yep, Lone Ranger, Endspurt. Let's go. Let's do this. We should see him appearing behind the trees there at some point. Maybe. Doing the pushback, is he already close enough to appear? I don't know. Yeah, under the behind the higher ones, we should be able to see it once it pushes back, but yeah, not the case yet, unfortunately. Okay, in the meantime, another Edelweiss landing from Tenerife, the southern airport. Tenerife has two airports, the north and the south. And in the north is very famous for the tragic collision between the KLM and Pan Am 747s back in the 70s. Yeah, 1540, that is... So here we have the A320neo of Swiss. Yeah, I agree, Long Ranger. I don't think that we will see a larger airplane than the A380 on the commercial passenger jetliner side. Cargo, who knows? But passenger, I don't think so. At least for now. In the way we know airplanes, as we do right now. That's your second Icelandair 737 MAX of the day. And we are still waiting for Emirates. If I at least could listen to the ATC or something. That thing doesn't work like it should today. Now back on the delivery frequency. And we have another Helvetic Embraer on final from Hanover, and then a Eurowings A321neo from Hamburg. No life sign of the A380 whatsoever so far. 1552, that's very specific. I hope this one is true. That would be in 4 minutes. Off block, at least. And depending on how long he has, whether he has to wait for departure, that's like 20 more minutes from now. If he's quick, at least. So, now off to the Eurowings A321neo from Hamburg. Next we have two Helvetic Embraer 190 E2s. The first one from Venice and the second one from Frankfurt. Calculated takeoff time 1600 on the hour. I don't believe that, honestly. He should be on the taxiway by now, if he wants to take off really at 1600. Maybe it was planned like this, but this ain't gonna work. My scanner just doesn't transmit anything right now.
Panasonic, go.
Yeah, well, maybe it is the heat. Then Airport Wings, welcome to the live stream. We are waiting for the A380. However, no live sign so far. Oh, they put the runway lights on. Interesting. Okay, hallelujah, it is on the screen at least, or on the flight radar screen. That's already a good sign, more or less. Okay, next, another Edelweiss A320 from Gran Canaria, and I have taken this flight back from the Canary Islands 2 months ago. I was flying from Fuerteventura to Gran Canaria with an ATR 72 of Binter, and then I took this very flight here back home to Zurich. Okay, it's on the screen but not moving yet. We have two A321s in a row. The first one with the old engines, and the second one is a Neo, both of Swiss. First one from Porto, the second one from Beirut. That was the one from Porto. And can you believe it? It is pushing back. The A380 is moving. Let's see whether we will be able to see it appearing behind the trees there. Not yet. So we have time for another arrival. The A321 Neo from Beirut. And I saw something. Look what we have here. What we have been waiting for half an hour by now. The A380 of Emirates out to Dubai. Registered Alpha 6 Echo Echo Bravo, delivered in May 2012, 13 years old. Okay, currently pushing back onto the taxiway. We know it won't take long. That was a Swiss A320 from Vienna. The next arrivals are another Helvetic Embraer 190 from Milan. Then we have Edelweiss from Hurghada, an A320. And a Swiss A321, which is 30 years old, delivered in June 1995 from Düsseldorf. Of course, I keep an eye on the A380, and as soon as it's appearing behind the trees, I will be focusing on this one only. But this will take another few minutes until it got ready to taxi. the meantime, we just have a look at all the oils. So let's get close. That's better. And we have reached 8 hours of streaming. Wow. So now the A320 from Hurghada in Egypt. Shouldn't we have had Egypt Airlines today as well? I think they usually fly to Zurich on Sundays. Okay. Touchdown. Long Ranger, warst du seit dem Beginn dabei jetzt? Seit 8:30 morgens? Legende, Legende. Okay, then we have a look at the old A321 of Swiss inbound from Düsseldorf. Okay, and I now get over to this tree group here, because in a few seconds we will see the A380 appear. Finally, I must say, I am happy about that. Wow, Long Ranger, what a legend. Since 8:30 in the morning he's watching the stream. Oh, come on. This deserves... Wait, where do I have it? This deserves the celebration. Watching for so long, that's amazing. Thank you very much, mate. Glad you enjoyed so much. No. Yeah, of course, for the last one, my microphone gave up. Doesn't matter. Just use the HDMI one. You should still hear me more or less. Right? Yeah. Not as good as before, but it should be enough. And thanks for the hint on the microphone, I wouldn't have noticed. And here we have it, the king of the skies, A380. Now the question, how long does he have to wait there before he can depart?
With departure, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
There's a lot of airplanes on final there. Oh man. Or in the approach sector at least. And well, again, for those of you who have joined later, this is the reason why he has to wait. Landing traffic on 1-4, and the missed approach route crosses the departure route of 1-6, where he wants to depart. So there's landing traffic on runway 14, no departure on runway 16, unfortunately. Okay, depending on how they are vectoring the current number 4 for landing, it could be that he gets a departure slot in like 5 minutes. Let's hope for that. And otherwise, well, we wait. We have been waiting for a while now. These minutes don't matter. Yeah, this could actually work out. Like there's 3 airplanes on final right now, and then there is a little gap. This could be enough to let him fly in between. And we have the next super jet, the 4th one of today. Etienne, thank you very, very much for your support, highly appreciated. And as we speak, the A380 is lining up. So it will take this gap which I have mentioned. It is 4 super chats today. Thank you very much for all your support. And also we are approaching 230 likes. That's amazing. Once again, thank you very much. It has been a great day with you. And let's enjoy the A380, saved for last. Okay, approach sector is clear. And takeoff for the A380.
Okay, second 3, 4, and 3 minutes. I'm looking up for the red helicopter. Thank you. Departure Emirates A7 Quebec 2.
And we have a 5th super chat coming in from Berchi47. Thank you very, very much also for your support. This, of course, also deserves a horn. It's super chat number 5 today. Alright everybody, it has been 8 hours and 15 minutes. Since this stream started in the early morning, it's now after 4 p.m. and this stream is now slowly but surely coming to an end. I would like to highlight my special thank you to all the super chat donators of today, which are Andrea, Eva, then Matthias, Pierrido, then Etienne and Berchi47. Thank you very much for your support today. And also to all the people who stayed that long. Like, wait, I quickly have to get the name of him. Lone Ranger DJ, of course, staying here since 8:30 in the morning, absolute legend, thank you very much. And then I have here the the top fans of the day, which I cannot read completely, but it is Matthias, Andrea, Eva, Etienne, Long Ranger DJ, Pierrido, BS4314, Berchi47, Duke, Raul 815, Tiger Shark ZRH and Cornelia Schneider, and also Alexander Ploschberg. Those are the top 10 of today. Thank you very much for all your support today. And we even have another super chat coming in from Reinhard Riesen. Thank you very much also for your support. Your comment appears shortly on the screen. Right now. And of course this deserves also a celebration horn. Thank you very much for your support as well. That's the 6th super chat today. Thank you very much everybody. Highly appreciate that, and with that this stream is now coming to an end. If you would like to continue watching live streams here on YouTube for today, I have some friends from ZRH Aircraft. They have already started their live stream on parking lot P6. I'm now pasting the link to this live stream into the live chat, so if you want to continue watching some plane spotting action here at Zurich, feel free to join them on their session. This session here is now coming to an end. I again thank you very much for tuning in today. I hope you had lots of fun, as much fun as I did. I wish you a great rest of the Sunday, a good start into the new week, and I hope to see you around next time again. Thank you and goodbye. Tschüss zusammen. നടന്നു വന്ന് 6 മണിക്കൂർ